Pride Special Town Council meeting. It is Tuesday, January 20th, 2026. It is 10:03 a.m. We are in person at Rebecca Hall at 113 West Columbia Avenue, as well as online. First thing I'd like to do is the call to order, and starting to my right.
Maria here.
Ashley Von Sprecken.
And Dan Enright.
And online, we have Kristen Permakoff, me and Fee, and Ellen 11. We got, with kind of a half full room, I want to let everybody know our first item on the agenda is going to be going into executive session. I can't guarantee how long that will take, but that might be upwards of about 45 minutes. So you're more than welcome to hang out here. Or you can, go get some work done or get a cup of coffee, and you can always listen in at bit.ly/TOT Council to see when we get back in the meeting in the big room versus the executive session. And we'll go, when we come back with item 2A, we'll discuss our third-party investigation decision, and then we'll go into the work sessions of economic support based on, an update from Zoe and where we're headed with that. So that's how we will start today's meeting. Item 1, executive session. 1A, Mayor Pro Tem third-party investigation for a conference with the town attorney for the purpose of receiving legal advice on specific legal questions under Colorado Revised Statutes, Section 24-6-4024B and Section 4.6D of the Telluride Home Rule Charter. Do I have a motion to go into executive session?
So moved.
Seconded.
We have a motion from Dan and a second from Ashley. Dan, how do you vote?
Dan, yes.
Ashley, yes.
Maria, yes.
Elena, yes.
Kristen, oh, sorry. Tell me when it's my turn.
It's your turn.
Kristen, yes.
Me and yes.
Okay, we will go.
Let's back up just a little bit.
Yeah.
So we have a motion on the floor. The motion concerns going into an executive session for a conference with the town attorney, specifically regarding a council member, in this case, the mayor pro tem. So I don't know that it's appropriate for the mayor pro tem to cast a ballot on that. I probably should have stepped in between the motion and the vote. So I would ask perhaps that you either have you could do it in any number of ways. You can consider taking a separate motion to withdraw the decision or the results. I think you can also just have a reconsideration, a separate motion to what's called reconsider the vote that just occurred. And I think we probably should have a statement from Mayor Pro Tem Fee prior to that indicating if she's recusing herself from the discussion, which I believe would be required.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Yep.
Yes.
Okay.
So I move to reconsider the previous vote. Is that sufficient, Kevin?
Yeah, you need a second for that too.
I'll second.
Okay. Sorry about this, folks.
No. Appreciate it. Thank you.
And then call for the vote again.
You need to vote on that.
Yep.
And then you basically wipe the prior away, then you start anew.
Okay.
Dan, yes.
Ashley, yes.
Maria, yes.
Kristen, yes.
Elena, yes. Me
And
yes.
Teddy, yes.
Does Mian vote for the reconsider vote?
Yes.
Since she did, I think you should.
I believe so. Thank you. She did. Thank you.
Now we would probably need a statement as to a recusal. And I'm not, that's for an individual to make their own determination on.
I recuse myself from this matter based on personal conflict.
Okay, you good with that, Kevin?
Yes, thank you, Mayor.
Okay, and then, so are you good for us to go into executive session?
You still need the vote now to renew it.
Okay,
So it
so,
would be minus one member voting.
okay.
That's right.
Do we have a motion to go into executive session?
Mr. Mayor, can I be a disruptor for 1 second?
Charlie, now's not the time. We're gonna recall for a vote to go into executive session. We will have public comment on the action item 2A and 3A per the agenda. And this is a motion to go into executive session.
I move to go into executive session.
I second.
We have a motion from Dan and a second from Ashley. Dan,
And just to make sure we're renewing the motion from 2A, you didn't include all the verbiage, but we're renewing, excuse me, 1A.
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 Yep.
That's,
If you'd
that is
like, I can
correct.
Make a more complete motion, Kevin.
could we, let's just,
No problem.
let's be a little more
Yeah.
formal.
I
All right.
move, I move to adjourn into executive session for the purposes of a conference with the town attorney for the purposes of receiving legal advice on specific legal questions under Colorado Revised Statutes 24-6, 402, 4B, and section 4.6D of the Telluride Home Rule Charter.
Second,
We have a motion from Dan and a second from Ashley. Dan, how do you vote?
And yes.
Ashley, yes.
Maria, yes.
Kristen, yes.
Elena, yes.
And Teddy, yes. So we are approved unanimously to go into executive session. Again, everyone in the audience, my apologies about the delay of getting back into the big room and about, we're guessing 45 minutes or so. Feel free to hang out, grab a cup of coffee, and we'll see you soon. Now 11:24 a.m. and the executive session has been concluded. The participants in the executive sessions were myself, Teddy Erico, Ashley Von Sprecken, Dan Enright, Kevin Geiger, Zoe Denal, Maria Stark, and remotely Kristen Permakoff and Elena Levin. For the record, if any person who participated in the executive session believes that any substantial discussion of any matters not included in the motion go into the executive session occurred during the executive session, or that any improper action occurred during the executive session in violation of F of the open meetings law, I would ask that you state your concerns for the record. Seeing none, the next item on the agenda is agenda item number 2, action item, direction from the executive session regarding a third-party investigation to review Mayor Pro Tem's fee, private dealings with the Telluride Ski and Golf Company and Mountain Village's previous mayor, Martinique Prohaska. With that, I want to, obviously, we discussed it in executive session. We appreciate everyone's patience in the room. It was a very long discussion and thoughtful discussion that took longer than we thought. The first direction that we are going to consider, but we do want to hear from the public as well, is doing an investigation and directing Kevin Geiger and Zoe Tenal to get us multiple options so we can analyze the scope of the investigation as well as the cost of any investigation. The second aspect of that executive session discussion would be, would council make a recommendation or advisement to ask Ms. Fee to temporarily step down from town council during the executive session or investigation, or suggest her permanent resignation from town council. There's no direction on that because we wanted to hear from the public on that item. As a reminder to everyone, and Kevin can add and correct me, the removal or step back from somebody from town council can happen by the person voluntarily stepping down, or if permanent can be triggered by leaving town, moving away, so to speak, violating the new attendance policy, or by a recall of the electorate. Per Colorado state statute, a recall of an elected official cannot happen within their first 6 months of their term. Kevin, am I missing anything on that?
You've got it, Mayor. That's correct.
Okay. Great. So with that, I would like to open it up to any discussion on both of those things per council. And then in short order, we are going to take any public comment from anyone in the room for this action item 2A. We can start either way with investigation, and if we feel appropriate, can also segment them and do investigation first, hear from the public, and then discuss what will be our request for potentially a temporary step down from Ms. Fee or a request for resignation. Is everybody okay with that on council?
Yes.
Okay, great. Any further, before we hear from the public, any further discussion on the investigation? Again, coming out of the executive session, the direction was to have Zoe and Kevin investigate options for the detail of the investigation and costs for us to proceed. Dan?
Yeah, I think it's probably wise for us just to share a few thoughts and talk through some of our logic behind this, or some of our sentiments. And I'll start with my personal thoughts. You know, I think, like many in our community, was hurt and felt Great disappointment to see documents after that core request was sent to us. And from my reading of it, it seemed that there was at least some impropriety there and that Ms. Fee acted beyond the scope of her authority. And that is a break of the public trust. And I think my goal here, my top goal, there's going to be several goals, but my top goal is how do we as a council work to rebuild and regain that public trust? And that seems to be step number one, is by having an independent investigation that allows for any and all facts that we have to be disseminated to the public and to show that, to the best of my knowledge, none of the rest of council or town staff was at all involved in this process. And that this was one person acting on their own, and that the rest of us here want to continue to maintain the trust of the public. And if that's been damaged in any way, rebuild it and regain that. And that is one of the most important things we have to do as elected officials. I firmly believe that as elected officials, the only true authority we have is derived from trust in the public. And when that's damaged, that makes every other duty that we have as elected officials more difficult. And so I feel very strongly that it's best to show that we have nothing to hide, that we're willing to have ourselves looked at. And I fear nothing in that regard, because there was nothing I was involved in, and I don't believe anything else that the rest of council or staff was involved in as well. So I feel firmly that allowing for a public investigation to proceed is in the best interest, in our best interest, and in the public's best interest as well.
Dan, thank you. I think that was a pretty good summary. Any other comments or discussion from council before we hear from the public on the investigation part of this agenda item?
I'll just make a quick comment just to echo what Dan said, and to say that, you know, the deliberation that the council had really wasn't around the having of the investigation, that was pretty clear, that was something that we all felt strongly that we wanted, and felt like that we needed, and that the community also needed to heal. So I think that we very much are, you know, in alignment with that, and think that that is the best step forward, so that the community can start to heal after this event. And, you know, I'll recognize that that there wasn't any involvement from the rest of us and from the town in it. So I'll just wanted to put that out there for everyone.
Great. Ashley, thank you. Any other comments before we hear from the public on this part of the agenda item? All right, seeing no other discussion on conducting an investigation regarding the agenda item, specifically to just the investigation, is there anyone in the room for public comment on this? Seeing none, I will.
Simply in the pursuit of clarity. I'm very moved by what you had to say, Dan. I appreciate it.
Rick, we're going to have to ask you to step up to a microphone. It's got to be part of public comment.
Regardless, nothing of great significance, just seeking a little bit more.
And can you state your name? Sorry, I mean, this is very
My
important.
name is Rick Silverman. I live at 308 North Willow Street, and I am appreciative of the efforts of the council to try and bring some light to what is obviously a pretty complicated situation. I guess what I'm seeking is just a little more clarity. I wasn't sure that I correctly understood the language. I understood your concern, which I share, with regard to trying to bring some light to an obviously complicated situation of some many months. It isn't really just restricted to what's occurred most recently, but Councilwoman Fee has created a situation in which I've been skeptical about many of her behaviors for quite some period of time now. What I don't understand in terms of the investigation, I applaud you for marshaling your efforts to do so, is will that be independent? You're directing your staff to hire people who will be at arm's length distance from the council and the city as we proceed at this point? Is that, I see you nodding your head, Ashley, and
Yeah,
that gives me some comfort.
And-
But can
and
you
I'll
articulate
answer
that?
it? Yeah, I'll answer it. So what our direction is we don't know what it will cost, and we want to be in a subsequent meeting, tell everyone what that cost is, because it's ultimately the taxpayer's burden for that cost. It will come out of our budget, and we are not sure exactly what this independent third-party firm will recommend and give us hopefully multiple options of what they think and how we can pursue it, probably at 3 different costs, and then figure out which path with a discussion with the public we ultimately want to choose. But the investigation would not be done by town staff. It would be completely independent.
And I think, Rick, that'll become more clear when we do make a motion. We were provided a sample one by our town attorney, but just to give you the preview, pursue options for a factual, unbiased, and neutral third-party investigation as to conduct of me and fee, et cetera, et cetera. There'll be more to come. But the broad scopes, I think, broad strokes of what you're talking about here, I think we will be working to address. And part of what
Appreciate
Patty's
that.
saying.
And with respect to broad strokes, there is obviously a tempest that's occurred of late that has occasioned this meeting now. But when I made reference, as has been part of a community clamor for quite some period of time, to pass potential misdeeds, will this inquiry take a more longitudinal look at those events?
This will be directly, unless we get different direction from the third-party investigation, this will be directly affiliated with the purchase agreement and subsequent exhibits that were discussed between Ms. Fee, Ms. Prohaska, and Chuck Horning and whatever his representatives are at Newport Federal or the Telluride Ski and Golf Company.
I appreciate you offering some real clarification on that,
Yep.
but I guess it still seems wanting to me that we're not going to have a similar bright light shined upon any other kinds of transgressions that may have occurred vis-a-vis the election regarding the gondola, et cetera, and whether or not there was a compromising movement of funds to Miss Fee and or her various entities. Thank you, guys.
Rick, thank you very much. We will see what the council can discuss that at a further time. But the first step is to get the third party on board and with the town having a say and further discuss it so we know what the scope is and what the cost.
Mayor, if I could just offer a brief response. I'm not exactly sure I totally understand that comment, but what I will say is the 3A election from 2024 already had its day in court, fully adjudicated to the district court judge here in the 7th Judicial District. If there were concerns that needed to be raised, that was the appropriate venue, and that matter has been resolved, and that matter has been put to rest, at least as far as I'm aware. So just want to mention that we've had a
Thank you for that.
very robust proceeding on that, and it took 15 months to get through that.
Yep.
And it just concluded within the last month,
Yep. Thank you.
even though there's still some attorney fee issues that have to be resolved with other unrelated parties.
Yep. Thank you for clarifying that. Kevin, that's appreciated. Are there any other comments in the room in regards specifically to this investigation?
Is this not on Zoom, by the way?
Oh, it is on Zoom.
It is on Zoom. Yeah.
Okay.
That-
Jane Hickox, 119 East Gregory in the town of Telluride. Another question for clarification purposes. There've been articles obviously around this whole incident. And I understand that there is a FOIA request. Can someone explain?
A Cora?
They're the same.
Freedom of
It's
information.
Yeah.
similar.
Is there any interface with that? Is that at all public, what that turns up? And, you know, it seems to be part of investigation as a broader category. And I just was curious. Kevin can probably answer.
We will let Kevin answer that question for you.
Yeah, I'm happy to. Thank you, Mayor. So there was a CORA, Colorado Open Records Act request that was received by definitely the town of Telluride. I believe one by town of Mountain Village. I can't respond on their behalf, but I believe that is the case. That was delivered to the town of Telluride on January 13th, so last week. Pursuant to Colorado law, we responded to that core request within the 72 hours. There are a couple of additional areas where we're still seeking and reviewing documents that could be subject to the disclosure, but we have already released and disclosed a number of documents pursuant to that core request. Those documents are all public record. So while they just went to the attorney requesting them on behalf of his client on this matter, those are freely available to the public as well. And perhaps we'll talk a little bit about whether we will make those available on a public website, which would be consistent with full transparency if we elect to do so, just to make it a little easier to get those documents rather than individuals having to do another subsequent core request or have someone else share the documents from the party that was requesting that. So we have responded. And again, we're still looking at some additional information on that.
Great, Kevin. Thank you for clarifying that. Is there anybody else in the room for public comment? Seeing none, I will close public comment in the room, and then we will go to our hands raised online. And Tiffany, you can start in the order that you see fit.
Zemke.
Good morning, council. I hope you can hear me. I appreciate you taking the steps as a resident of the town. Again, my name is Daniel Zemke. I have served as both town meeting moderator, and I currently serve as your municipal judge. It just seems lately that when you put yourself out on a seat for town council, you're not putting yourself out on a seat so much as a chopping block, and that's unfortunate. That's not to take away from any of the actions that have occurred to this date. I want to be very clear that the optics on this are not good, but I think it's sad that it's largely driven by what people call information networks. Let's call it Telluride free speech, tell your community, or such other social networks which claim to be investigating and fact-finding, when in fact they have no ability to do so other than to speculate and hypothesize. What I am asking of the Telluride public, do the investigation, make it a third-party investigation, make it a requirement that Ms. B step down. Those are all parts of due process, but give them due process. That is integral to our society. It is integral to the community. And if you want to put unity back in community, I ask that you put down your phone, you go outside and take a breath. And if you have a problem with somebody that is serving, first of all, thank them for stepping up, number one. And number two, call them, email them. That is your requirement as a participant in our society. Quit being speculative. Quit following the silliness that's online and talk to people directly. Council, I urge you to take the steps that I have asked, and thank you for your time.
Daniel, thank you very much.
I'm reading Douglas Tuley.
Doug Tuley. I'd like to echo the sentiments of Ms. Hickox and Rick Silverman. Certainly, I think everybody will recognize these individuals as longstanding pillars and a great inspiration for any of us that are involved in this community. I'm a former resident of Mountain Village, currently homeless due broader actions. I am registered to vote currently at 455 Mountain Village Boulevard, which is the town hall, and I'm located in Quartzsite, Arizona at the moment. Quite the zoo down here right now. As far as I understand, Mr. Zemke is Mihan Fee's spouse, and that should have been disclosed in his presentation. Saliently, he was actively involved, pro or con, I do not know, with similar activities in the town of Norwood between the two county commissioner candidates, Mayor Candy Meehan, and the elected council commissioner Selena Gleason. Selena Gleason would have won no matter what happened. Those actions were still inappropriate, and Mr. Zemke's involvement in that could use some light as well. I'm not coming to any conclusions on it, but I am speculating, as is we are all free to do as responsible adults, with the declaration that that is speculation. I do look forward to seeing those documents. I have those same questions. And the thing I think we need to see as soon as possible, so that we can follow the money, is who those investors were. And then lastly, going to Town Attorney Kevin Geiger's comments about 3A, and how that's been adjudicated. There are questions about the appropriateness of the assignment of fees, and there's still, I believe, issues associated with the election proceedings of Mountain Village, which do generally go to these issues as well in that broader scope. I have addressed some of those issues in writing, and I would hope my comments, as well as those of others, would be available in a subsequent packet. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I don't know what the exact term is, but I like to fact check things occasionally as they brought up. Mr. Zemke and Miss Fee are no longer married. So I just, any other details than that, ask those two. But I can say officially they are no longer married and not a spouse. So I just had to correct that misinformation for people in the room and the listening audience. And Tiffany, you can continue down the list.
Because you might, oh, there you go.
We're not hearing you yet, Chris.
Are you there?
There you
Can
are.
you,
Yep.
Mike, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you very much, honorable town council members. Dan, I want to commend you on your comments and with your respect to the need to rebuild and regain the public trust. Having served on town council, I respect all of you for the time that you were offering up to the community. And we respect that, but we hold a very high standard to those that serve the broader community. Number two, the second point I'd like to make is that it's been mentioned by a number of citizens already, and I'm actually encouraged that other citizens have mentioned this in their comments. But Miss Meehan Fee's behavior is questionable back to the 3A election, particularly with her representation of as a spokesperson for Friends of the Gondola. Her actions might be perceived as an attempt to curry favor with the owner of the ski area. And I would encourage any investigation to go back that far in time, because it was unclear to those members of the public who witnessed her speak at various public meetings whether she was acting as a council person or as a spokesperson for the Friends of the Gondola, which were indeed funded by some $130,000 to sway the public's vote. So I think the scope of perspective of this investigation should go back to that time. Thirdly, I think it's important that we conclude and move through this process as expeditiously as possible. That being said, I think it is important that for regaining the public trust, that there be direct action, and whether Councilperson Fee wishes to resign permanently or the council decides to request that of her. I think it is important to regain the public trust that this transgression is not something that we will tolerate from our public officials. So I appreciate the difficult position that we are all in as a community, and I think we do need to bring ourselves back together. on this and regain our public trust. So thank you very much for your time in this matter, and I will reserve other comments for the second half of the motions that are being considered. Thank you very much. And I live in Telluride at 532 West Colorado.
Great, thank you.
Okay, I'm unmuting Stephanie Hatcher.
Hi, thank you for taking public comment. My name is Stephanie Hatcher. I live here in Telluride on West Mugler Avenue and raised 3 kids here. One of which is a senior, so not done yet. But thank you for your time. And I was a public servant on school board for over 8 years, and I take that responsibility very heavily in terms of, you know, making decisions as a group for the public entity and not individually. I want to thank our other community members for their honest discourse. I think it's important you hear that. I second it. My question is about the investigation. I know that there is a state body called, I don't know if I'm saying this right, but it's like a ethics commission or committee that has the responsibility of investigating things of this nature that involve ethics and their consequences. And I don't know what if that is a public entity you would have to pay for, or are they charged already with public funds to execute that job of investigations? Maybe Kevin can answer that. But I do think, given all the sentiment that has been articulated before me, it's important that this investigation is not anywhere near our community, somewhere outside, somewhere like the Front Range. There's just too much emotion. There's so much complexity. There's a lot of history. I've had, stuff come up on school board that didn't feel right either. But let's focus on where we are now. And that's what I would urge the council to do, is look at resources like that, if those are available to us. Thank you for your time.
Great, Stephanie, thank you very much. Kevin, do you want to address any of that? I mean, it's a tough one, but you don't have to. I just want to give you the opportunity.
I'll address a little bit. Thank you, Mayor. So I think what's being referenced is Amendment 41, which was passed by the voters of the state of Colorado back in November of 2006, so 2006. It does create a new article in the Constitution for the state of Colorado. It's found at Article 29, I believe it is. And it does provide for a venue that government officials, including elected and or appointed officials, could have review by an independent, separate review by an independent commission that's established by the state of Colorado. There's been considerable litigation on this issue because there's right now a disagreement among some of the courts in Colorado. If a home rule municipality has its own ethics commission, there's a specific carve out in Amendment 41 that says the state has no jurisdiction and has to defer to the home rule municipality and their own ethics commission to do their own investigation, provided that the ethics commission has similar rules and restrictions as what Amendment 41 imposes on state officials as well. There's been disagreement as to whether it has to be exact or not, and I can tell you that's still in the court. There is a process for anyone involved or interested to file a complaint with that state board commission, and I would just refer people to that specific article in the Constitution and recommend that they follow the process there. Other than that, I can't probably provide additional information.
Great, Kevin, thank you very much. Looks like we have a few other people that would like to comment. Tiffany, if you keep rolling down your list.
I'm muting Dan Jansen.
Thank you, Tiffany. And my name is Dan Jansen. I live in Mountain Village. My wife, Lynn, and I own a business that operates on Main Street. I very much appreciate you guys taking this on. I know this is not the fun part of the job, but it is part of the job. Full disclosure, I know Meehan a little bit. I was the chairman of the Telluride Tourism Board. I recruited her to join that board, and she brought very valuable perspective in terms of the event planning space and the tourism economy. And I very much appreciated her work. That said, you guys may not know this. We have a little bit of an active rumor mill in the town and the community. Sometimes things are accurate. Oftentimes, when I ask somebody, how do you know that? They don't. They had a friend who was in the Buck who overheard somebody talking about something. So, Teddy, if you're going to start fact checking the public discourse in the town and the community, you're going to have a very full schedule. But thank you for doing that. I think a few of the public comments that were offered were not totally accurate. So I support the notion of an investigation. We really just have to get the fact base established. I don't know what really happened. I know 100 things that people told me. I don't know what's true. I think that would be in the community's best interest and in Miss Fee's best interest to establish a clear fact base. Related to that, I would encourage you to come up with a very specific mandate around this investigation. Some people are commingling 3A issues. I'm surprised 300 hasn't come up yet. I would encourage you to focus very specifically on the interactions with the ski company from these two leading members of our community. Let's get the facts out. Let's see what happened. And related to that, I would encourage the town of Mountain Village to join you in this endeavor and have one investigation. We don't want to have 2 or 3 or however many, because many of the events that took place might have occurred outside of the town boundaries of Telluride. So Mayor Prohaska has stepped down. I thought that was a gracious move. I thank her for her service and Mian for her service, but let's be fair. Let's figure out what happened, and then let's let the facts lead us to wherever we want to go. So thank all of you, and good luck.
Thanks, Dan.
Unmuting Stacy Chicksay.
Yeah, hi. I just wanted to say thank you for pursuing an independent investigation. But in response to Mr. Zemke's comments about, the social media, I hate that I have to get information from social media. I hate that I had to join a Sweet Rants group to actually hear from elected officials. I wish there was better outlets for factual news and news sources and greater transparency. And if there's anything that you guys can do to encourage getting information to the public without us having to get it from social media sources, that would be greatly appreciated. And that's all I had to say. Thank you, guys.
Great. Thank you, Stacy.
Looks like we have one more. Michael Zaffler.
Howdy. I live in town, 324 Red Cliff. Michael Saffler. Is there any reason why we can't request that that Miss Fee pay for the cost of this investigation?
Is that your only comment, Michael?
That would be it, Teddy.
Okay. I just wasn't sure if you had other points to make, and I didn't want to
Thank you. Yes.
end it. Kevin, I'll defer to you if you want to address that. I mean,
you can suggest or request any number of things. Whether they would actually be followed is a different matter. What I will say is right now, I don't think there's any legal authority to assess those costs against the subject of the investigation, but there are provisions in the ethics code that, should they be implicated, that do call for an indemnification, a full indemnification of the town for any damages, including attorney fees, including reports that might have been assembled to assist in an investigation that could go against a party if they were found to have engaged in malfeasance. I'll just leave it at that.
great, Kevin. Thank you very much. Anybody else, Tiffany? I think public comment will be closed for this portion of agenda item 2A. Is there any further discussion after hearing from the public in regards to the direction to Kevin and Zoe to conduct said investigation, or are we pretty good with moving forward as the items have been discussed?
And I just want to clarify, because you said to conduct that investigation, but again, it would be to simply
Third party.
reach
right.
out
And-
to
Initiate.
right.
initiate.
The motion will the motion will clarify it.
Thank you.
Yep, thank you. Okay, seeing no further discussion on that, the second part of action item 2A, we had a discussion in executive session on whether we would request Ms. Fee to temporarily step back during this investigation, as it appears we are at least going to move forward on that pending an official motion, or request that Ms. Fee step down permanently. With that being said, is there any further discussion amongst council before we open that up to public comment?
I think we'd probably all like to hear some public comment. I mean, I think that maybe we haven't clarified this yet for everyone, just in case they don't know. You know, we can't, even if we all request her to step down, that doesn't create any formal action. It doesn't require her to do anything. So, you know, we certainly want to take what everyone want to hear what everyone has to say in advisement, but ultimately, even if we make that specific recommendation, there's nothing that we can do to require that to happen.
Yep. And to reiterate, I'd mentioned it earlier, the citizens can enact a recall against any council member or Ms. Fee specifically in this, but a newly elected official cannot be recalled in the first 6 months of their term. Any council person can resign at their own will, and unless there are other factors such as attendance policies, moving out of town, being mentally incapacitated, things of that nature, those are really the only ways that a person can be either resign or removed from their position as a council member. So with that, if there's anybody who has any public comment on this, we will start in the room first. And just raise your hand and we'll get your thoughts if you have any. If not, that's okay too.
Jane Hickox again, thank you. I want to take a second to applaud Ashley and Dan for their personal comments. As constituents of all of you, I would request that each of you speak to this issue. So, thanks.
If council members feel they want to add to their positions per the request, certainly. Elena's hand was raised first, so Elena, we'd like to hear from you first.
Yeah, I think, you know, we were pretty aligned on council as to how we want to handle this. I think, you know, for lack of repeating too much of the same information, I really stand behind what Ashley and Dan have both said. I think, you know, the foundation of this government is our constituents trusting us. And I think right now, regardless of what comes from this third-party investigation, there's a violation of trust, both with the public and, you know, among our council. Like, we all amongst ourselves have to trust each other. And so I think right now, we have a lot of work to do to figure out exactly what happened and how this information came about, how this contract came about, but also, you know, to see if that trust can be repaired, or if, you know, if we need to ask for a full resignation. I think, you know, the tricky thing is as council, we don't have the power to force anyone's hand. So, anything we're going to do is a request and a suggestion. And at the end of the day, the real power lies with the citizens, if there's not a willing change of power, that ultimately doesn't fall. We don't have that authority. So, just echoing everything that's already been said, but wanting to make it clear that this is a really serious matter. And I think, we've been talking a lot about our relationship with the public, but also our relationships with ourselves and each other. And so that plays into my opinion on this, which fortunately more or less has seemed to align with everyone else. I think we all wanted to hear public comment before we really have formed too many opinions about this, but it seems like the general consensus is pretty clear. So yeah, I'll leave it at that.
Great. And then Kristen, you have your hand raised.
Yes. Hi. Thanks for asking that, Jane. I'm very interested in public comment. I believe all of us on town council are. And I think this investigation hopefully will prove to everyone that this was not the act of the full council or the town staff, is my hope. As a newly elected official, I'm not perfect. I make mistakes, but I think this was pretty egregious. I think it was pretty, promising stuff for our town, I think was, our town does not deserve that. So, but thanks. I don't really want to say anything more, but thanks for letting me speak.
Great. Thank you, Kristen. Mario, do you want to add anything?
Not much more to add. I agree with basically everything. We've been pretty aligned that Exhibit B was quite troublesome. I do think that me and Marty were trying to do something that would have been great for the region had it succeeded, and that they would have had to resign immediately if it had moved forward. So, mild conflict that I think they showed leadership, but I think that I was just shocked to read Exhibit B, which seemed, obviously self-dealing and troublesome.
Great. Mario, thank you. I'll just add, again, not to be repetitive, fully support everyone on council's opinion and aligned. My decision of whether, in my opinion, I would want Ms. Fee to temporarily step down or ask her to permanently step down will be heavily influenced by public comment in addition to the discussions that we'll have here and what was discussed in executive session. So you asked for all of our opinions, Jane. Appreciate it, and gave you a little bit of that. Is there anybody else in the room for public comment?
Hello, I'm Susan Hurd. I moved to Telluride in 2001 with Marty Davis Prohaska, and have known both of them for many years. I didn't actually come to speak about this today. I came about the business stuff, which I think is after this. But I'm here just to speak to characters, which I'm sure I don't have to tell any of you about, but I'm also here to speak about, I have been on so many political campaigns. I was the vice chair of the zoning commission in the 6th biggest city in the country. I've done a lot of different kinds of political things. And I don't know about anybody else, but I get incredibly frustrated when people just resign or ask to resign. You were elected, dig in, get over this, get through it, get around it. Like, you don't have to make people resign. And then what? You bring a new person up to speed when then they make a mistake and they have to resign. I mean, things are going to happen and you need to come together and deal with it. It's much more of a stress for us to go out and re-elect or elect another person, or for you to have an appointment where 12 more people apply and we have to go through all of that, and we're not getting down to town business to help the businesses that had to deal with the strike. So I am here to ask you, yeah, do your investigation. Maybe she's not part of the meetings for a while, but then get back to business.
Great, thank you. Anybody else in the room for public comment before we open it up to our online attendees? Seeing none, I will close public comment in the room. And are there any hands raised online?
Chris Myers.
Great. You can unmute them, that'd be perfect.
This is Chris Myers, 532 West Colorado. Thank you, council persons, for sharing a few of your thoughts directly with the public. I appreciate Jane's question, and thank you for honoring her request. Words I've heard from council: egregious, transgression. The investigation will help us learn more. I do have a question, as this is a public venue and a chance for all of us to learn about process. And while not a fan of recall, and I don't see that as being an appropriate tool that would allow us to perhaps have an expeditious resolution to this issue and a chance to get back to business and the community. For Kevin Geiger, while the state statute says a council person has to be on council for 6 months, I may have to seek counsel elsewhere with another attorney, but I'm curious in your position that this is her second term on council. So does that, in your opinion, does that refer to the, does that 6-month seating on council apply in this instance, or is it only for newer candidates? Because this in fact actually wasn't even an election. She eventually was appointed as there were not sufficient candidates. So curious as to your opinion, Kevin, and this is in the interest for the public to know all the tools at our disposal.
Any other comments, Chris, before we give Kevin an opportunity if he would like to respond?
I'm good for the moment. I'd love to hear from him if he's willing at this time. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Kevin, you have the opportunity to respond if you like.
Yeah, I'll offer a brief comment, Mayor. So it was an election, whether it was uncontested or the vacant seats were filled by only the remaining members who were running. It's still considered an election, and it was run under both state law and also our home rule charter and ordinance provisions to have an election. So that's not the issue. The language that I believe is in the section on recall under the state constitution references the term. 6 months after the commencement of the term is my recollection. I'll look it up in particular, but I know it's not for the, it doesn't only happen on the first term, if you will. A subsequent term still resets that clock for that 6 months. You can't initiate the recall proceedings until after 6 months of the commencement of that term. So I feel pretty comfortable on that interpretation.
Great, Kevin. Thank you very much for clarity. It looks like we have one more hand raised. If you could, thank you.
Doug Tooley, once again, I think your fact checking on me is a little bit harsh, Mayor Errico. I'm not aware of all the gossip on who's divorced who and who's whatnot. And I think my point about that relationship not being disclosed is valid in the history, in that broader history. I'd also question Dan Jansen's motivation in this. I don't think he's been shown to be a contributor to this economy, and I think he's part of the problems that have led. And that Ms. Prohaska and Ms. Fee were attempting to respond to, and unfortunately just playing the same games with a female face. And just one last disclosure, one last comment about gossip. I have been repeatedly had accusations made against me which don't hold up. While my career has been destroyed, my relationships have been attacked, my housing has been taken from me, et cetera, and they never hold up. I'm in court on a felony charge, Thursday at 2 o'clock, if anybody so chooses to attend. Thank you.
Mr. Tooley, thank you very much. Is there anybody else online? Tiffany? Great. We will close public comment for all of action item agenda 2A. With that, I know we had some discussion in executive session and further discussion and public comment on what we will request, if anything, from Ms. Fee, and would like to reopen up that discussion if any opinions have changed to kind of come up with a consensus of what we would like to ask. Would anybody like to start?
I'll just make a quick comment. I think that we, sitting as this council, I can't speak, I don't have a record of every councils that have sat before us, but, we as a council, haven't ever made a recommendation for any one of us to resign. And there could be lots of arguments that there have been instances in the past for that. I think that we as elected officials have that responsibility in ourselves, and those are the decisions that we have to make. I think that we can make a recommendation and certainly ask for certain things, but I, think that we should be wary of asking, individuals to resign. I think that, we are sitting in a very unique position here, probably one that we haven't been in, but I think that I get a little wary of that just as a, kind of a baseline for us to set. But I think that, because like I said, I think that that's, each of us should have that internal, compass of ourselves on whether or not we need to resign based on our position. But I will say that I think that obviously we are all in agreement that the investigation is something that needs to happen. And I would certainly hope that during that investigation, at a minimum, that my colleague, Mia in here, would see the value in stepping back from her official roles and, taking that step back. I don't know if I feel comfortable asking for a resignation, because I don't know if that's a precedent that I want to set. I don't think it's my opinion. I think that that's something that they have to decide, or through a recall of the public. But I think that certainly this investigation would stand that she needs to step back during that time whilst the investigation takes its course. So that's kind of my position where I'm sitting. Just trying to take a holistic view at all circumstances, current, past, present. So that's my recommendation.
Great. Ashley, thank you. I would like to add one thing. It was mentioned by, I can't remember who it was, about the recall process. No matter what the issue may be, whether it's past council people, different regimes, however you want to call it, I want to kind of recognize that because we're a small town, that it's tough for people to stick their neck out and do the recall. So I get that. But if you really want change, you need to do the recall if that's how you feel strongly about it. And to do what's best for your community in that circumstance. If you don't want to do it, that's up to you. We can act within the powers of our home rule charter that we have. But just wanted to throw that out there. We have Elena's hands raised. Elena, we'll hear from you.
Yeah, I've been a little conflicted on which path to take, versus whether it's a step back or a step down resignation. And I think what keeps coming to mind is that we're all in agreement that we should have this investigation. And the way that I'm looking at it is it feels like I need to see the results of that investigation before I can confidently ask someone to resign. I feel like I don't have the full scope of information yet, or wanting to make sure that we have a full understanding of what happened before we make a big request like that. I think that stepping back during the investigation is completely appropriate. And I hope that Meehan sees that. But yeah, that's the one, that's where I sort of struggle with whether which request we should make. At the same time, you know, I think Maria said it best that Exhibit B is really troublesome. And I can see an argument for that being reason alone to ask for someone's resignation. So I think that's sort of where I'm sitting. As someone who kind of approaches things with an abundance of caution instead of, you know, charging forward with decisions, I think I would be leaning towards more of a stepping back situation while the investigation is happening and then seeing what the outcome of that is. But I don't have a strong lean towards one or the other. I can definitely see merits for both approaches.
Great. Thank you very much. Dan?
Thank you. Yeah. And this is another one where there is definitely some consensus among council, but it also is a tough decision that some of us might land slightly differently. And I think everything Ashley said, especially about letting this process play out and making sure we have all the facts before we rush to a decision, that definitely has validity. And I can understand the logic and could potentially get behind it as well. I do want to highlight some of the other thoughts in my head on the other side as well. And Ashley was also correct, and it has been stated elsewhere, that a call to resign is simply that. It's non-binding. It's simply a call. It's a gesture in two ways, both to me and herself, but it also would be a gesture to our community, showing that in this instance, what we all could see in black and white in that contract that they signed is unacceptable to us. And that to me seems pretty definitive. I do weight that in my mind that I believe very strongly, and if I catch heat with this, I can live with it. But I do believe strongly that Meehan and Marty were motivated by the intention to help resolve conflict in our community and find ways to move forward. That does not absolve them of their actions necessarily, but it does put weight in my mind that perhaps there needs to be a process that we allow to play out. But I do recognize still, as I started this conversation, with the hurt in the community, the breaking of trust in our community, and that gesture of calling for the more aggressive step, the more aggressive measure of full resignation has merit through that lens. And so these are the things I'm trying to weigh and reconcile in my mind as I look at this very difficult decision. And so we might get there eventually. Like Elena was saying, I think I could be okay at this time with either decision, either call, either a stepping back or a full resignation. But there's many factors that it's hard to see perfectly clearly on this specific issue. And those are some of the things I'm weighing at this time. It seems that more of the rest of council is leaning towards calling to step back. And so I don't know. I think from a sense of trying to create unity or trying to come together as the rest of council, I can follow that if there is stronger feelings from other members of council. But I think it's only fair to the community to raise some of those thoughts, raise some of the logic, and make sure people who feel strongly, and I know there are some listening or in this room that feel strongly that Meehan should resign at this time, that even if that's not the direction we take at this moment, I can feel, hear, and understand that logic. And I'm willing to continue to have a conversation. And this is just the next step. This is not the end of this topic one way or another. There will definitely still be more to come. That's all I have.
We'll hear from Ashley, and then we'll hear from Kristen.
Just a quick follow-up, because I think that, what Dan said is good. I just want to clarify maybe my position a little bit. I think that the the damage to political trust has been done, and I don't think that there's anything necessarily in an investigation that will clarify that. I think that, again, there's enough that has happened that would warrant me in stepping down, regardless of her intentions, which I think she had wanted to be doing a good thing, but did it inappropriately. My point is that I just don't think that we should get into the habit of as council members, giving our opinions on the record and directly as a group about whether or not certain ones should resign or not. It's not saying that I don't think that there is enough information right now that would be justifiable for her to resign with, but I think that each of us as elected officials have to make those decisions ourselves. And that is where I kind of have a hard time with us collectively asking for that action of an individual, because I think that it's a bad habit for us to getting into, and that we're going to be chiming in on that more and more frequently. That's my only thing, not to say that there isn't already information that would warrant somebody resigning from this job. Obviously, we have, the example of Marty doing it in Mountain Village already. I just am weary of us getting into that habit of giving that opinion when I think that should ultimately be left with the elected official and with the electorate when they elect somebody.
Ashley, thank you. Kristen?
Hi, thank you. To go to Dan's point, any call for her to step back or to resign is a gesture on behalf of the town council. So she does not have to do either one of those things. It's just a gesture. And I guess what I'm having a hard time with, honestly, is, and sorry I can't be there in the room right now, but is the gesture for us as a council going to be a more effective gesture if it's the broader desire of our entire community, to ask her to step back? I mean, I kind of feel like, we've all worked with her, and I don't like being in this position either, but I guess I'm just trying to figure out to ask for a resignation or a step back if one gesture or another would maybe influence her decision one way or another. I don't know. That's what I'm just thinking about.
Great. Kristen, thank you. Mario, we haven't heard from you, so if you've got an opinion, would love to hear it.
Sure. My imagination is not expansive enough to come up with a reason why Exhibit B is okay, but maybe there's one. And so at a minimum, I think an investigation with a step back during the investigation is what we should be asking for.
Great. Maria, thank you. With the discussion of council and the public comment chiming in, similar to Dan, I can see the merits of both. Asking, requesting that she step down permanently and requesting that she step down temporarily until the findings of the investigation are complete. With that, I'm leaning towards of the temporary step down, in hopes that, she will listen to our request. Does anybody else have any other thoughts? And without that, I would entertain a motion, since this is an action item.
Move to authorize and direct the town attorney and the town manager to pursue options for a factual, unbiased, and neutral third-party investigation as to the conduct of the Telluride Mayor Pro Tem Mian Fee in regards to a visit and meetings with the owner and any applicable staff, agents, or representatives of TSG Ski and Golf LLC, also known as Telski, in California, that resulted in a December 29th, 2025 written offer to purchase a majority of the ownership interest in Telski by Telluride Mayor Pro Tem Mian Fee and former Town of Mountain Village Mayor Marty Prohaska on behalf of an entity known as the Telluride Ski Resort Fund, and further direct the town attorney and town manager to report back to the town council with those investigative options for further direction as to recommend course of action for said investigation. In addition, the town would strongly encourage full disclosure and full cooperation from Ms. Fee and any parties involved in this matter provide all possible relevant information during the course of this investigation. And we would strongly urge Ms. Fee to take a temporary leave of absence from her town duties and responsibilities until the investigation is complete.
We have a motion from Dan. Do we have a second?
Second.
And we have a second from Ashley. Dan, how do you vote?
And yes.
Ashley, yes.
Maria, yes.
Kristen,
Online?
yes.
Elena, yes.
And Teddy, yes. That motion is approved unanimously. Thank you, everyone in the room, for your thoughts and public comment on action item 2A.
And
Kevin, what is I will ask you for your opinion with that motion carrying unanimously. What is we know the direction to you and Zoe for conducting, finding that third-party neutral investigative body. What is the next step for our statement or request, or however you want to put it, to Ms. Fee to temporarily step back?
Well, I think that's in the motion. I think we'll make the motion publicly available verbatim. Again, it's your suggestion. It's not binding on that individual. But it is the urging of the town council on that, as well as other things that were addressed in the motion in addition. So we will also forthwith report back to you with options for how to move forward with the investigation.
Great.
And Kevin, I could just ask, and for Tiffany, is it helpful, because I think Mian is online, for her to consent to that at this time, or do you think that's not an appropriate?
I don't know that I want to
Okay.
put her on the spot like that.
Okay. And then just additional direction, with this, just to formalize all of the policies and procedures. Obviously, we have an attendance policy, which council has the authority to waive in this circumstance during this time, if she chooses to step back. All benefits and pay will remain during this time, so those won't change for Mian in any sense should she step back. And then we would look for your direction for further agendizing if council would like us to look at a temporary appointment for any of her boards and commissions, or any other actions with her as the mayor pro tem.
What's the best procedure to follow to state that direction?
I'm looking at Kevin. This is new for all of us, so I mean, obviously we can make an assumption if you would like to right now of that consent, and go ahead and direct staff on some of those items with that assumption.
Seems like it would be part of agenda setting that at the next.
And if you
agenda
want
setting-
to allow the authority to fall on those two, with the council representative and Teddy, and agenda setting, we can take care of it then as well.
Yep. And then moving forward, I would guess that Ms. Fee can not take an action based on our request, and she can participate fully in the remainder of the meeting, or she can be absent without a decision or make a decision. Is that a fair?
I think that is the range of options. Yeah, you can't compel
And whenever she chooses, it's up to her.
non-participation.
That's right.
Let's put it that way. That will need to be made by that individual council member.
That's right. It's her choice to make, and she is back. Mian Fee is back online and does have her hand raised, so we would like to hear from her.
Hey, all. I just want to say really quickly
hear
that I do look forward to the results of the impartial.
Your
Can you hear me now?
signal, your signal's kind of breaking up because your video is frozen.
Can you hear me now?
We can hear you now.
Maybe turn off your video because you don't have enough bandwidth.
Yeah, your video is continuing to freeze.
Yeah.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes.
Is this better?
Yeah.
I just want to say that I appreciate the thoughtful discussion that has occurred today. I wanted this conversation to occur in full light and transparency in front of the public. I do look forward to the impartial, independent investigation. I believe that there's nothing more critical than the transparency in government to maintain the trust between the community and the town as an institution. So I am happy to step back. I just want to also say that I am grateful for the support of the many community members, and I will comment further upon the resolution of the investigation.
Great. Mian, thank you for that. Kevin, do you need anything further if she agrees to step back? Again, uncharted territory for us all.
Yeah, I mean, typically you would want something in writing too. I don't want to impose too much, but even just a simple email. Although the representation here in a public meeting on the record, I think probably suffices, but I always like to have a written companion to oral representations.
I can
Great.
certainly do that.
Thank you.
Okay, perfect. Mian, thank you so much for commenting on that. And with that, action item 2A is concluded. That will bring us to agenda item 3, work sessions. Thank you for everyone in the room that is here for our economic recovery and our thoughts and being patient. This went longer than we all thought. But work session 3A, consideration of economic support and an update from the Telluride Tourism Board and Colorado Flights Alliance. And we have Zoe to present.
Thank you. So council received a memo, which is in the packet and online. I won't go through my memo in its entirety right now, as I know council has had a chance to review it. Obviously, the purpose for this work session is to have an understanding of all of the regional recovery measures and the town's specific role in that moving forward, mainly in relation to the labor dispute. So with that, the town has been working with San Miguel County, the town of Mountain Village, Team VOA, the town of Mountain Village Owners Association, the Telluride Foundation, the Telluride Tourism Board, and the Colorado Flight Alliance. So I will ask, because I think it would be important for us to have good relevant information for April to come up with the foundation. As we have already directed the use of the Good Neighbor Fund as an important resource and tool during all of this, the town of Telluride is ensuring that that fund does not get drained down as we are taking on anyone who needs rent assistance within town projects. And that would be through the direct use of our affordable housing fund. And so we do not use the Good Neighbor Fund for that, but you have done a lot of great work as the administrative arm of that. And obviously there's a lot more that the community needs other than just the rent assistance part. So I wanted to ask you to give a quick update of where that fund is and any other information you think would be good for us to know.
Great. My name's April Montgomery. I'm the VP of Programs at the Telluride Foundation. Thank you, Town of Telluride, very much for your support of this community through rent relief for town-owned properties. It really is going to make a difference, and it is, as I'll let you know. Just for some perspective, since January 3rd through last Friday, the 17th, we've received 168 applications. As of this morning, it was 170. That's totaling $337,741 in requests. Just as comparison to 2025 and all of 2025, we received 85 applications to the Good Neighbor Fund, totaling about 53,000. So, I'm sorry, 53,000 in awards. Since the strike, I can assure you that the Foundation and Tri-County Health Network, which administers the fund, we have been all hands on deck, and we've been raising money, changing systems, and processing applications. And so to date, the foundation has raised about $750,000 for the Good Neighbor Fund. And that's in part thanks to TMVOA donation of $100,000 and also Town of Mountain Village donation of $100,000. Tri-County Health Network has added, they now have 7 part-time navigators that are working to try to process all these applications as fast as possible, 2 of which are Spanish speaking. Since early June, we have changed part of the Good Neighbor Fund criteria. They've adjusted the website. They've adjusted the application to try to make it more user-friendly. And so as of Friday, 70,717 has been approved to date. And all those requests are in process. And so far, the town of Telluride has paid out 5 applications for rent relief totaling $12,500. I expect that to rise very quickly, very soon. Town of Mountain Village has paid out 28,000 in rent requests. So as far as most of the 337,000 of that need, just looking quickly, it's almost all rent and mortgage relief. So that's pretty much, there's a few for medical or other things that might have been occurring, but it's for rent. That's all I have right now. Are there any questions for me?
Any questions from council for the Telluride Foundation?
Sorry, April, can you just restate, I think you said it, but the breakdown between rent relief that's been distributed to residents in the town of Mountain Village versus the town of Telluride through the Good Neighbor Fund to date?
Rent relief for town of Telluride to date, 12,500 has been that I know approved, distributed, and the town of Mountain Village, 28,500.
Those are for town-owned properties at each
Yes.
location.
Yes.
Yes.
Got it.
And
Yes. Yeah.
Can I just ask also, is this in reflection to all of the applications that have been received to date, or just the ones that have been able to go through the process?
That is just a reflection of the ones that have gone through the process, been approved, and been paid out.
Okay,
And then,
so there's still some pending.
Sorry,
process.
what was our number for our town? I just want to write it down.
12,500.
12.5. Okay, thanks.
Yes. And then 62,000 has been paid out to date, just the Good Neighbor Fund. So that's when it's not rent relief, it's actually paid.
Thank you.
Okay. Well then, thank you, April. I'll let you go.
All right, thank
down.
you.
So as that is an important pillar of something that council have already agreed to partner with and work through, I thought that was important. As the memo outlines, there are several different relief requests and options, and looking at our partners and what they have looked at as well. Just to kind of quickly go through those, I think is important because we do have the Colorado Flight Alliance and the Tourism Board here to also give a picture of where we are in this current outlook, and also go through some of the things that they're looking at. But one of those pieces, as April mentioned, was the town of Mountain Village did commit an additional 100,000 to the Good Neighbor Fund, in addition to their taking on the burden of, maybe that's not the right word, but taking on the responsibility for rent relief aspects. Theirs is not residency restricted. Team Vouet give another $100,000 that is residency restricted to Mountain Village residents. And that kind of summarizes the support of the additional entities for the Good Neighbor Fund. Looking at other relief options, the Tourism Board did look at marketing as a through the request of the bodies that I discussed earlier, and what additional levers we could pull to help bolster our visitors during the rest of the winter season. And she'll come up in a brief moment to talk about what those options were. Mountain Village did commit to funding approximately half of a $525,000 supplemental marketing effort strictly for the 25-26 winter. And then we did get a request from the Colorado Flight Alliance for look toward our regional partners to make sure they are strengthened as a critical component for destination recovery, which Matt will come up and talk about as well. And then the remainder of our conversation will be strictly up here, where we will talk about options for business recovery, which Mountain Village did shift that discussion that we had on the 7th from a steady program to something that is more narrowly targeted and time limited to look at businesses that have imminent risks of closure due to the labor dispute or any fixed costs. And Mountain Village gave $100,000 toward that with a hopeful match, which I haven't confirmed yet or not, from Team VOA. So that kind of gives you a broad overview. And then I would like Matt to come up and kind of give us insight into where we are and a little bit more on your request.
And before Matt starts, I want to remind everyone in the room and online, since this is a work session, we will want your feedback amongst our discussion after Matt and Kira present.
Here we go. Hey, everybody, good to see you. Hopefully that's not,
Mute your computer, your
I actually am not even on the audio.
Somebody in the audience.
All right. Hey, good to see you. Interesting times. Appreciate the time today and all the individual correspondences and in trying to handle what has been some different variables to an already difficult starting winter. This is a pretty condensed presentation, maybe a little bit of death by spaghetti graph, so bear with me, just to give you the kind of the flow of what's gone on over the last 2 weeks to a month. So as we came into the season, as you know, and I had reported before, I don't think in this council, but in the combined councils, et cetera, we were already running about 5% down. We had been since Labor Day. We hadn't seen much of a snow effect to that point. And once we got into the holidays, and this is bookings. So this is bookings for the whole season, and the blue line is this year and the orange line is last year, kind of showing the old pattern with a couple of years blended in there. So as soon as the strike and the resort closure hit, our bookings dropped off for those following 2 weeks by 40%. And as you can see, a pretty far dip during an important time of the year. Really, as we came out, and that is the piece of this, is as we came out of the Christmas, New Year's holidays, it's some of our biggest booking weeks of the year, as you can see by the orange and gray trends there. As soon as the strike was solved and resort reopened in some fuller measure, we bounced back up to 20%. And then as of this morning, we actually hit this week at 8%. We got a little bit of a carryover. So there's some positive feedback coming. People hadn't given up on us, and I'll jump into that here in a couple of slides as we go forward. We broke it down into the months. So this is bookings for January. So bookings that are occurring right now for the month of January. You can see when the resort closed, they dropped basically to nothing. And where they're generally around, 2,500 during those 3 weeks, we had none for the 2 weeks, and then actually popped back up last week. And then the same theme this week, where even though we're really at the thread end of the month and the bookings for the month, there was some positivity there that showed. Sorry, I got to minimize.
Just to clarify, because I get confused by this, bookings
These are
are
bookings.
future reservations, not the people that are here during that time.
Correct. And I will get to the people that are here, the air occupancy,
Okay.
so to speak. here in
Thank
a
you.
sec. No, good question. All right. So for February, as you can see, and this was a little bit of the positivity, we'd been running flat to just up for February through the season, one of our stronger months at that point. And you can see here that even when the strike hit, it didn't actually drop off much. It only fell maybe 20 or 30% each week 15 or 20% each week instead of the 40%, and really small numbers or smaller numbers than we saw in January. And then this week, again, a little bit of positivity as it came back just ahead of our year-over-year average. The same thing for March, and even more, a little bit more positive, where people really stuck with us. We also saw a bunch of reservations move from Christmas and New Year's into late February and March. And so that helps bolster these two numbers. But again, our customer base not necessarily giving up on us. We were already fighting a fairly competitive battle this winter, fighting some snow, but with that, the bookings have stayed strong enough. And where March had been running, honestly, 8 to 9% down from the get-go, from the drop at Labor Day, we have been managed to maintain that level and even gain a point or two, as you'll see here with the occupancy graph in just a sec. So January took a massive hit, actually, and the holidays as well. But February and March, and to kind of draw this out with additional spaghetti, is what opportunity we have for recovery. So this is when each month books. So the green line of going across the dates is when they book for January, the blue line for February, and purple for March. So you can see that as we got into this least catch the tail end of. And if we hadn't caught at least part of it for February, it could have been in much deeper trouble. But we kind of came back online right in time. We're able to catch that. And so as of a week ago, we still had 30% of February left to book. As of this week, we have 20% left to book. And so we're able to fill in there and hold the gap. March provides a broader opportunity because they basically book all the way through February. March doesn't hit 90% full on historic average until the end of February. So we have multiple weeks here to try to close the gap in what are our two biggest travel months of the year, and by some measure with air. So with that, where we're sitting now, blue is this year, green last year. You know, you can see where we took the hit. These had been, you know, in that 5 to 7% variation range previously. The holidays ended up, as of numbers this morning, down about 16%, which is a pretty significant hit for that volume, both for the destination, for Main Street, et cetera, for the number of bodies that are out there and the revenue that rent represents in the cycle of a business's year. And I can attest that from the old Liberty days and how that actually works. And so with that, though, we have a go forward that there is some ability here to recover. We need a little help from Mother Nature. I actually think it in better shape than some of our competitors for snow right now. And if the resort had actually, you know, not been strike affected in its opening, et cetera, you know, we would even have a more pronounced, I think, advantage. But right now we're doing okay. And so with that, you can see then December finished about 9% down overall. January right about 18% now. Feb in the 4 to 6% range, in March in that same 7 to 8% range it's been in since, you know, the start of the season's booking cycles. Overall, we're down about 10 to 12%. So, well, this has been a significant impact, and it's a hit to Main Street. It is also, I hate to use these words in a public meeting. It's not massive. It's not catastrophic. There is an ability here to recover this season. And if we could get to a single digit recovery, that'd be the Pollyanna outlook, right? 8, 9%. If we stay in the 10 to 12% range, I think that's holding pretty well considering some of the odds we've been facing. But we need to recover in the marketplace. We need to recover trust. We need to make sure people know we are open. The massive amount of public, of media coverage, around this. We hope we can swing back the other direction now, back open, doing well, decent snow, et cetera, and push that ball forward with that ability and hopefully close the gap in February and March from where we're sitting right now. Yeah, Ashley.
Can you help me decipher the spaghetti? So I just want to make sure I'm understanding it.
This is the occupancy one.
Okay, this is the occupancy. So, but I'm just trying to figure out, so green was past year. That was last year.
Green's last year.
That's an actual.
That's an actual.
Blue
as of
is
this date.
actual sitting today.
Correct.
What is seems like a very optimistic dash line considering the green was the actual from last year.
So that is the actual finish of last year. So that's how much room we actually, or how much opportunity we have left to book. Sorry, I should.
Oh, so okay. So the green is where sitting here today, looking forward, we were.
Right.
The dotted is where we ended.
Final 24-25.
So that's the potential that we theoretically could make up without like any sort of, because we're kind of in line
Yeah.
where we were at last year.
Right. 5 to 7% off of that gray line.
Got it.
Is where we're sitting right now.
Thanks for interpreting
Yeah,
the spaghetti.
sorry, I should have started with the original gray spaghetti. And as you can see for March, we have quite a bit of opportunity still out there, or quite a bit of work to do, however, in both ways that you want to put that. With that, and just a quick note, and again, a condensed thing, we're already deep into next summer, and I just wanted to provide a little positive and good news is that we are pushing Chicago back to 5 days a week. We have been battling it since COVID to hang on to that capacity, both winter and summer. It had been all the way down to 2 days last summer, so we're very excited to have it 5 days weekly. Memorial Day to Blues and Brews as well, where it had been running a little bit shorter. And then Houston extended where it was June to Labor Day from Memorial Day to Blues and Brews, so some great addition there. And then new service from LA next summer on Saturdays, something we've been chasing for quite a long time. We had added LA 5 days this winter from with United, and they're dovetailing that in the summer next year. So we're really glad, as it is something that it had been a long running effort. And so really glad to see that kicking over. Obviously some interesting times and really it dovetails into the rest of the conversation as well. We want to recognize right now that in the recovery, that Main Street is the priority, the businesses are the priority, the working public are the priority. We are in a position where we have been spending judiciously into our reserves since COVID to both recover our service and maintain, and that Chicago being a piece of it, just as an example. And so when we take a hit during the holidays, it's significant. But January in general is our weakest month. And I think you saw in previous presentations this year, we've been going backwards in January. And that is a very heavy lift for us. And with this non-spaghetti chart, January generally represents about 40% of the weight of our winter MRGs. So if we are now going to take a 16% hit over the holidays and an additional 20% hit to our January MRG performance, this will compound through the season. This is going to create a fairly significant liability for us on what we had already forecast. And that's why we reached out to Zoe early on just to say, hey, we're here and we're present. And, we're in a solid position, but taking another, and we're working through this. We have finance and board committee meetings this week. A major hit to that MRG performance for the winter, wanted to reach out and see if there was availability for support. We asked for $500,000. We actually think the delta on that would be about half, maybe half to just less than half of what we think the impact of this is going to be to our winter MRGs from our forecast. With that, then, we absolutely want to be respectful of where we sit in the priority of this line and understand that for us too, this is something that comes end of season. There's time to discuss, et cetera, but appreciate any consideration. And this is not just from the town of Telluride, but from the collective support fund that's being put together. That is what I have, and I'm glad to take any other questions.
Great. Thank you very much, Matt. Any questions of council for Matt? Maria?
As I'm kind of a newbie on this one. So are we trying to support specific nonstop flights or, specific destinations? What would be the usage for the $500,000? And do you have a multiplier effect for what kind of impact that might have in town?
So a couple of related things there then. So we're talking about our collective guarantee across our number of flights that we have going on right now. And we have several of them off the guarantee and several of them on the guarantee. And actually and this is without being able to provide very specifics as to each flight. Unfortunately, two of the flights that we are more heavily guaranteeing are two that got hit the hardest by this, of course. And so with that, then that 500,000 would help offset our collective liability for the winter, which is going to be solidly larger than we had forecast at this point with this hiccup to the season, we'll call it.
And what were those two flights?
New York and Dallas and the Denver Air flights are the things that have taken the hardest hit through this.
Yeah.
Dan?
How impacted has your budget been since Telsey decided to self-manage the Merchant Pass program?
I appreciate the question. It's actually been a minimal effect. And I realized for a little bit there that maybe I wasn't answering the right question. So the revenue, when this came up earlier, the revenue for the ski passes has always gone to the ski resort. It is the revenue for the actual, it's their product. We just managed it for them. So that revenue was always a straight pass through. It's what we created our slick custom built platform for, et cetera. So with that, then there was no effect from the revenue from the passes as it applied to CFA. So what though the merchant passes did provide was that benefit to people who donate to us. And so ultimately we saw maybe a 2 to 3% effect on our overall budget. Thank you, Dan.
Thank you, Matt.
Yep.
Any other questions for Matt? Seeing none, Matt, thank you very much for the update. Hang in there.
I will. And as you know, our priority right now is to keep every flight and every seat available for the remainder of this season that we can. And I did forget to mention that. And at this point, from our conversations with the airlines, everything is intact. And we just want to make sure we can get as many bodies here between now and April 5th.
Can I ask one more question? Like how long, what's the duration of any of these guarantees? Like, can United just change its mind tomorrow, or how does that work?
Each contractor is seasonal, and basically the way that they work with our destinations. And generally it's quite yes and no. It's quite difficult for them because of pilot unions and crew, et cetera, to make any changes in a tight 3-month window. But when there are significant or catastrophic events, et cetera, like COVID, I mean, we shut things down in a week. And so there is the ability to adjust at certain points, and they're great partners in this. They don't want to fly empty planes either. And so with that, then if they see something coming or see something that's been affected in that way, they will work with you. And, to bring it all the way back around to that point, we've been in touch with them since the week before the strike on this, or 2 weeks before, and like, hey, we may have something coming up. They've been great in conversation. And as we've come through right now, the schedules are intact.
Good. Great to hear.
Thank you.
Great. Thanks, Matt.
Thanks all.
All right, I'll ask Kira to come up, give an update from the tourism board and also our marketing.
Thanks, Zoe. Share my screen here. Right, good afternoon. Thanks for having me today. Kira Skinner with the Telluride Tourism Board. And today I will be covering lodging metrics, the TTB team's recent recovery efforts, as well as an incremental recovery campaign proposal. So we'll kick it off with lodging metrics. And as always, if you have any questions, please don't hesitate to stop me along the way. So during the, since I should say the joint council meeting a couple of weeks back, there really have been no immediate changes to lodging occupancy. However, as Matt shared with the CFA bookings, we are seeing that bookings are trending in a positive direction, which is good news. Also, our destination versus comp set data that I shared at that meeting continues to reflect the impact of the strike and the resort closure on the destination. So we'll just go back to this graph here, this booking graph that shows us we were down at a low here on December 29th, down negative 59%. That was when the strike was on and the resort did announce its closure. Since then, our booking has improved. So this is year-over-year bookings to note, and this is from December 1st through January 25th. So we see over the past week, we gained about 23 points in bookings. So we're still in the negative, but we're on a better trajectory. And now we'll take a look at our aggregated comp set data. So this is their booking curve. And as we see, they are lagging a bit, most likely due to lack of snow. However, they are not as significantly down as we are. So during this time period, our competitors were down 7.2%, while we were down almost 44% in bookings.
Who's in our comp set?
So we pull Aspen, Vail, Snowmass, Beaver Creek, and Park City.
Okay.
All in this data. Right, and some additional lodging metrics here. We see that the destination total occupancy for the winter, this is December 1st through April 5th, is down 12%. That's paid and owner occupancy. Paid occupancy is down 17%. And revenue per available room, which is paid occupancy multiplied by average daily rate, is lagging behind 15%. We look at our comp set, and for the winter, they're tracking down 3% in total occupancy and down 5% in paid occupancy, with a 4% decline in RevPAR pace. So really indicating that we have some recovery work to do here.
Kira, can we pause on this slide a little bit? So after your last presentation at our joint meeting, I did have some conversations with people in the short-term rental industry around comments I had made. My concern is based off of this data where our occupancy, our bookings are all massively down, and our daily rate is still increasing marginally, but not seemingly tied to that. They talked to me about supposed dynamic pricing, but I don't believe the data continues to reflect that. Can you give us any insight why we are not seeing our rate respond to these market conditions?
Sure, great question, Dan. I think the rate, you will probably see it come down. A few slides ahead, I'll show you lodging specials that we have loaded on our site. The lodgers have been really proactive in participating in lodging specials to move the needle. So I think that we'll see those reflected in the overall ADR as we move forward.
I hope so.
I guess. All right, so now we'll look at a snapshot of the monthly winter pace for the destination. We see that December closed 12% behind year over year. January is showing the most significant decline, 21% behind last year, or 10 points down, which is to be expected. There is hope for the remainder of the season, as we've discussed. February and March are tracking 10% and 8% behind respectively. I think with some added recovery efforts, we could really move the needle there. And that brings us to recovery efforts. So following the end of the strike and the reopening of the ski resort, the TTB team immediately activated recovery marketing efforts. And I'll share some examples with you. The day after the strike ended, we sent an e-blast to our database of over 85,000 Telluride enthusiasts announcing that the resort is open and the 12 inches of snow that we received. And then last week, last Friday, we sent out an e-blast to the same database with lodging specials. We're also working with our partners at Open Snow. We've secured space in their newsletters. We had e-blasts go out last week to the whole country. It was really for the East Coast and Colorado, but they gave us some added value and sent it to the rest of the regions in the country that they work with. So we're really happy about that. And then we have 2 e-blasts going out with them this week, and those will be promoting lodging specials.
Can I have a question about Open
Yeah.
Snow? I heard a thing that they were going to have the Telluride forecast free. Is that just a rumor, or is that something that they are considering doing to help like show longer term forecasts? Because typically they charge for that.
Yeah, I haven't heard anything about that, but I can certainly look into it.
I think that might just like, it's nice to see, obviously, as you're making future plans, like if you can look at that, and some people don't pay for Open Snow, but if
Mhm.
they're like knocking this out and then you're able to see like, oh, what is the 10-day or 20-day forecast from Open Snow to Telluride? If there's some good news in there, even if it's sunshine can be great. But if it is showing that there's future snow, then that might benefit us as well. I don't know, just an
Absolutely.
idea.
Yeah, that's something we can chat with them about. I think it's a great idea. We've also modified our current campaign, replacing our Beyond It All brand creative with recovery-specific messaging, really amplifying the resort being open, and really in an effort to drive bookings. So here are a couple of examples of that. This is paid social. The copy reads, Telluride is open, legendary terrain, breathtaking views, and uncrowded slopes offer a winter experience that's authentic as it is unforgettable. Book now and save 30% on lodging. And we have a video. Actually, the sound isn't on, so I'm not going to play it, but one of Brett Schreckengoss's great pieces there. So we're really putting this recovery creative in areas that we can be nimble. So Meta, paid social, native ads, as well as ski endemic, which I just shared with you through Open Snow and On the Snow as well. All of this marketing lands, our call to action for this is a conversion-based landing page on our website. The headline is Telluride is open. We feature lodging specials. That's really the highlight of this. And just a big thanks to our lodging partners who have participated in this. We've had really great response, and we're excited to offer it to our guests. We've already had a number of bookings come through Central Reservations with these specials. So that, as well as getting here and activities. So it's a real one-stop page for people, and really just to encourage conversions and fill up the rest of the
Can you
week.
tell us what the range of those offers are?
Sure. So we have, I know it's hard to see on the screen here, but everything from, so we have 20% off Alpine Lodging to 30% off at the Madeline. Some, just as we did with all of our businesses, we were careful to ask for just discounts only. We encouraged added value as well. We know right now that discounts can be a challenge. So Lumiere, for instance, is offering a dining credit plus a future stay credit. So it's not only discounts, but I think a lot of these are great offerings that, so far have been very well received. Yeah, we also have 5th night free at Mountain Lodge, 10 to 15% off at the Peaks, and 20% off on suites at the Mountain Lodge in January.
To Dan's point about like the reduction in rates, I'm just curious. I want to make sure that like what he's asking for, because I think it's important, is getting captured, because I'm wondering like if a business has a rack rate, like let's say I'm charging $500 a night, and then I'm offering like a discount on top of that, say 20%, that would be $100 off. Am I still going to report my rate as the 500, or am I going to include my discount?
So
like, is it 2 line items, or is it collapsed into one price?
So, sorry, are you asking how I see it through ADRs?
Yeah, like how
Permit?
is that getting
Okay,
reported to
yeah,
you?
so our, the platform that we use, Key Data, it actually has an API connected to the lodging properties property management system. So the data it receives is real time. So it will be the discounted rate that they see. Yes. So we should see that reflected in the ADRs. But yeah, good question. In addition to our marketing efforts, we have continued our PR efforts. We've hosted media and travel trade throughout the month of January. Rolling Stone and Hollywood Reporter visited earlier in the month, as well as Texas Monthly. Auberge hosted an LA luxury travel advisor fam that we supported. And then last week, the Colorado Tourism Office came through with an influencer rally promoting the new direct flights on United from Mexico City to Denver. So Mexico is a really important market for us right now. They tend to book late, and with Semana Santa falling within the ski season, it's a really great opportunity. So we actually had a digital marketing campaign that was funded through the CTO in Q3 and Q4, ran in Q3 and Q4, and we're thinking about putting more funds into that really to engage those bookings in that market. In addition, we are also today launching a Shop, Play, Dine local campaign. Over the past week, our team has reached out to businesses through email, phone calls, compiling discounts, specials, added value, anything that will get people through our businesses' doors. And we will be promoting that through a paid social campaign. So thanks to all of our businesses who have participated in that as well. All right, and that brings us to the recovery campaign proposal. So just to revisit, at the joint town council meeting on January 7th, councils discussed potential funding of an incremental marketing recovery program. We worked with our agency, Karsh-Hagen, to develop a high-level plan and investment options for the towns and for TMVOA to consider. So with that, Karsh-Hagen got back to us with a 3-tiered media plan proposal. Tier 1 would be a $1 million investment and garner an additional 38 million impressions to the campaign. I do want to note that all these impressions are estimates. Tier 2 would be a $1.5 million investment with over 57 million impressions generated. And then tier 3 would be a $2 million investment with over 76 million impressions garnered. So there would be 2 phases to this program. Phase 1 would be immediate. And a lot of these tactics we've already implemented. We have changed or shifted a lot of our destination brand campaign over to a recovery focused campaign through paid social, native ads, and Ski Endemic. This would assist in adding more impressions and overall reach to this campaign. So more eyeballs leading to more conversions is what we're hoping for. We'd also maintain the existing brand campaign, our Beyond It All campaign, due to timing and just because of the continued importance of brand awareness. So there are some channels that our existing brand creative will keep running. We would extend the campaign through March 15th. Right now, the campaign runs through the end of February. And then phase 2 would be focusing on next season. We would develop new creative to rebuild trust and strengthen brand loyalty. And we would launch the campaign early in August. We typically launch our campaigns in October for the next winter. This year, for this season, we actually launched a little early in September just to keep up with the competition. The funds for this incremental campaign would be used to launch that campaign even earlier. Again, the goal would be to increase impressions and overall reach in addition to our regular budget.
I have a question, Kira.
Yes.
So I own a business. I do I do some social media marketing. I know that's really easy to spend a lot of money on impressions and not have that translate into conversions of actual sales or people buying the ticket or booking the room. I'm just wondering if you have any information on what the tourism board's conversion rate is on those impressions. Like, do you get 5%? Do you get 0.5%? Like, I don't know, like if you're saying that we're gonna get, that many millions of impressions, but how many of those are actually translating to?
Yeah, so we really measure the success off of click-through rate. We also do measure attribution, and Maria and I had a great conversation about that last week. So there are certain channels that we can measure attribution and actually generate an ROI from our marketing efforts. Unfortunately, Facebook is not one of those, but many of the channels that we work with do. So for Facebook, we look at our conversions through click-through rates. And typically with social media, the benchmark is 1%. Our regular digital advertising, the benchmark is 0.1%, but social media is higher at 1%. So we typically exceed that 1% benchmark that we look at for social media. And I did want to note too that I think with social media, you can spend a lot of money, but we're very targeted with who we are reaching and who we are sending our messages to. So with that, we're not throwing money at it. We're looking at all of our key markets. We're overlaying it with demographic data. We're making sure that those people are the right audience that would want to come visit us here. Yeah,
great.
Okay, so this is the incremental budget summary, and this just breaks down each tier with the allocations for this winter and the following winter. You will notice that for each tier this winter, the allocation remains static at $525,000. And that's because $525,000 is our ceiling to reach our targets within a limited time frame. So that speaks to your question as well. We are not going to throw money at, not targeted marketing. If we went beyond that $525,000, it would be ineffective for us within I think we have 7 weeks left, to market. Also, we did consider summer. However, that we determined that summer audience would most likely not be influenced by the winter strike, and that we would focus those funds on next winter. So you will see that next winter, those funds do change, starting at $475 for tier 1. And then this is a breakdown of our current winter budget. So you'll see here on the left, our current spend is just over $1 million. I do want to note that Colorado Flights Alliance contributed to the destination marketing program this winter. It's about split. The TTB's contribution is a little over $500,000. I'm not sure, based on what Matt just reported, that they'll be able to continue to do that, but I did want to note. And then on the right here, you see the incremental spend of $525,000, and the impressions, which are over 27 million, would be added to this winter's campaign. Just wanted to also call out areas that where our recovery creative can be implemented or has been implemented. The Trade Desk and Purion, those are areas that we are still using our current brand Beyond It All creative. However, we have shifted to recovery creative and messaging on Meta, Datafy, Sojourn, On the Snow, OpenSnow, and Colorado.com. And then, as Zoe mentioned last week at Mountain Village Town Council, they did approve phase 1 of the recovery campaign and may consider phase 2 for next winter at a future date. So Town of Mountain Village proposed that basically Mountain Village and Telluride would split the $525,000. Mountain Village investing $262,500, that would be split between Mountain Village and TMVOA, and then the Town of Telluride investing $262,500. So TMVOA did consider this at their board meeting last week, and it will be included as an action item at their meeting this week. So thank you so much for considering, and yeah, we appreciate your partnership and support. Let me know if you have any questions.
Great, Kira, thank you very much. Any questions from council for Kira?
Yes, looking ahead to next winter, we obviously do have one very comparable set of data with one of our top resorts, Park City, with their strike last year that did affect some of that. They didn't close their ski resort as we did, but I just wonder what if there are any tea leaves you can read from their data set from this winter. They're of course being affected by a low snow year as well, but looking ahead, what might our future hold based off of what their experience is?
Yeah, I mean, I think to your point, Dan, they are different situations. They didn't close. They also have other ski resorts located within the vicinity. So they were able to shift, their guests to other experiences at other mountains. So it's really it's just not an apples to apples comparison, but something we can, directionally use. I typically, because I can't report publicly their data specifically, that's why I, aggregate it. But moving forward, it is something that we can, it'll be useful as we plan. So, yeah.
Elena, sorry, you're off. You shrunk
Yeah.
small.
You shrunk.
Oh, I was curious about what the recovery marketing looks like. Not necessarily looks like literally, but like how is that different from the Beyond It All campaign?
Yeah, great question. So I'm just going to move back some slides here. And this is a good example of what that looks like right now. Due to timing, we really had to utilize channels that would allow us to change our creative and our messaging very quickly. So we used regular imagery rather than taking the time to develop, a whole campaign, which as we know takes a couple of months to do. So because time is of the essence, we worked on copy that would really amplify the resort's reopening because that's the message we want to get out there. And then to drive bookings, sharing lodging specials to really encourage conversion. So as you know, Elena, we usually focus on top of the funnel and more of that brand awareness within our marketing program. And this is somewhat counterintuitive because we're down the funnel and we are really focusing on conversions right now so that we can save the rest of the winter season, really.
Any other questions from council? All right.
Kira, I think you mentioned some special targeted places like Phoenix, and just wonder how that fits into.
Yeah, so we target all of our key air markets. So all of our air markets are part of our marketing campaign, and that includes this recovery campaign as well.
Was staff looking for any sentiment, sense of direction around this work session?
Yes, so we're gonna go through, if you looked at the memo, so we're
Yeah.
gonna go through all of the different potential pools. Then we'll go through kind of our budget and reaffirm staff's recommendation of that bucket amount for you to consider. And then it will be up to council on how to allocate where and provide staff that direction. So that will be the outcome. But we're gonna go through after Kira's, I'll go through some business support, and then I think you'll have all the information you need for that discussion.
And after you go through business support, maybe we'll hear from the
Yep, I
public.
think that's great.
Okay, thank you.
Wonderful.
Great.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So then moving on to business support. As I gave a quick overview at the start, our regional partners have moved away from those broader community efforts into more of a highly targeted, carefully administered, almost a secondary activation to some of these other pieces. We were in initial discussions of when we were looking at a broader support arm, partnering with the Telluride Foundation and how they could be a part of that. Again, that has kind of dissolved, and Mountain Village will be running their own grant program with a very defined pool. Obviously, there are other business support mechanisms outside of the region, such as Regions 10's emergency loan programs or OEDIT's resources. as well as many others that are part of the community resource document that we provided. When we are discussing business support mechanisms, I did provide in your memo just to kind of give you an idea of businesses within the town of Telluride. Our business license system isn't the most perfect way to do this, so it takes a little bit of scrubbing that as we get anyone who does any sort of business within the town of Telluride has a business license. So there are thousands of them. So when we look specifically at businesses that have an in-town address for both their business and their mailing address, that limits the pool that I scrubbed from. And then we look at where they categorize themselves in what's called that state of business type, which I gave you a count of. And then I went through those just to align with the conversations that we had previously on tiers of what businesses would fall into those certain defined tier categories, just to give you guys a basis of what to discuss. With that, and the discussion of any sort of business support mechanism, whether it's a grant or whatever else you wanted to consider. I also did put in your memo, because it was mentioned in our last meeting, a potential look at our water and wastewater fees. Staff did look at that. We have many critical projects to ensure the effective use of that infrastructure, some of those being emergency repairs. So we did look at the 5% water and wastewater rate increase and waiving those just for the months of January, February, and March during this time, and what that impact would be. Without having a significant impact on some of the critical needs of those funds. So we took that into account on what those waivers would be as well. So with that, I can go over the different funds and where we came up with the bucket of money for your consideration, and then I'll take any questions. As we look at our different, and you guys can stop me at any time. As we look at our different funding resources, I'll cut to the chase, and the staff feels most appropriately that the general fund reserve up to $1 million is really what we can look at here. Looking at our general funds, majority of those revenues are our tax base, which is majority sales tax. So that's when we did a lot of these modeling scenarios. It was focused on sales tax because that has the largest impact. I'm very grateful for our finance team and our soon-to-be finance team, because even our soon-to-be finance director is the one who led the modeling. Looking at a moderate scenario and then a high impact scenario, there would be a impact to our general fund. We also adopted a deficit budget, so we have to be careful of what that looks like. And as well as going into this, we're very fortunate that we have had healthy reserves, just keeping those other aspects in mind. At this time, staff did put a pause on our cost of labor increases for staff, which was really to ensure that we maintain that rate within the market. So this is aside from any merit increases that come in July, just to kind of see again the outcome of some of the impacts to our general funds and some of this discussion. But it is important with whatever discussions we have these give and takes. I also did attach our recession policies, as if we do go to a high impact scenario, it does touch on just the first tier of our recession policies, which is pretty limited. There's not as much of an impact there. We could look at other funds, and again, it's really important that different funds have different requirements for their spending uses. And so the funds that we're looking at now have the most flexibility in those uses. That's why our affordable housing fund only strictly can help with rent relief, so on and so forth. But the lodgers tax fund, again, has a little bit more flexibility, but that goes directly to our marketing arm. So in that one does not have as healthy as a reserves. It also goes toward our communication staff, which I think is very critical during this time. We could look at our reserve capital improvement fund, but again, those are pretty important to ensure our financial capacities for large infrastructure projects coming down the line, and looking at that fund as well. So with that brief overview, I'm happy to take any questions and encourage your discussion in this matter. Yes.
I think that the December receipts comes out today. Is it out already?
If it is, I haven't seen them yet,
Okay.
as our current finance director is out of the office right now, so I haven't seen those. But you are correct that there will be a delay in some of those items, but I don't have that right now.
Any other questions from council? Kristen?
Hi, yeah, I just was reviewing some of those 2026 budget assumptions and, you know, the numbers that y'all projected were down. This was pre-me, pre-Maria. I mean, I just think that it's already projected to be a little down, so I'm just looking at that
Yeah,
fund, you know,
and let
as it
me,
goes down more. So if you could clarify that a little bit, or?
sorry, are you talking about what I provided in the memo which is our scenario modeling?
Kind of, yeah, getting into that. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, so those were just scenario modelings. We don't have the information right now, but we obviously we can make assumptions based off of the data that we have, and we will get more realistic information
Okay,
as
so those 2026 budget assumptions were assumptions based on the current situation?
yeah, that's
Or
why
they
there
were,
yeah, that's why
okay,
there were two modeling scenarios, one
got it.
with a quick recovery timeline and one with
Yep,
more.
yep, 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 yep.
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 Zoe,
All
I
right,
have a
thanks.
question.
Yeah.
I have a question for you. Did anyone kind of try to come up with an estimate, and maybe I missed it, of what we think the rental support?
I think it will, as mentioned.
We know it's
the
going to be much more.
The majority of it is rental relief, so I think it will be large. But no, we didn't. I can throw a number out there. I mean, it's going to be in the probably hundreds of thousands of dollars, but I don't know. what
And
it
that's
is.
coming directly out of the Affordable Housing Fund.
Yep.
I would say, I know this is just a work session, but I think that we should maybe talk about like a sunset timeline, maybe not necessarily like a funding time end, not like a funding amount end, I mean, but saying like, we will keep the program open until this date. And then after that date, then it sunsets. I want to make sure that like we're helping everybody that needs help during this time, but maybe it's sunsetting for the month of April or May, but like that it ends at a specific time, but that we give as much relief during that time as is needed. Does that make sense? Would be my proposal.
I do generally agree with that. I do wonder if there's already a safeguard in place in that the Good Neighbor Fund has to demonstrate actual loss or damage to it. And so that might be self-regulating with that in mind. I'm still.
Right,
the
and
Like
idea-
how would it,
current
well, I guess my question
situation,
is,
yeah.
what happens if like somebody has a medical issue that prevents them from paying their rent, but it's not,
Sure.
you get what I'm saying?
I do see that point. Yeah,
It-
it's a fair
yeah.
point.
I think we can work with the administrators, and that does make sense that as we have not had a role in the Good Neighbor Fund before and very much stepped in knowing that that was an important piece of our relief strategy during this time, that we could look if it makes sense at the end of April or the end of May to sunset. And I could take that larger direction if you don't mind giving me the authority to work with them on what that appropriate, which again, I feel like is April or May.
Yep, that's good.
But any other?
I don't see any other questions. Are you okay with opening up
Yeah,
to public
so just to
comment?
give you the next step for direction, just so public comment also has this. So if you, council can discuss staff's direction on that pool of funds, which again is in addition to anything else that's coming out of the Affordable Housing Fund. And with that pool, whether it's additional funds to the Good Neighbor Fund, support for the Colorado Flight Alliance, the additional marketing funds through the Telluride Tourism Board, and again, a business relief program and what that could look, as well as the wastewater or water fees. So those are kind of all of the options that staff put on the table, but it's up to you to bring anything else for us as well, or I'm sure maybe public comment will.
Great. Unless there's any other questions from council, I would love to open it up for public comment.
I think.
Is there anyone in the room for public comment on the recovery efforts? Josh, come on up.
Hi, my name is Josh Klein. I live at 600 West Colorado. I am local business owner in the restaurant segment, and I'm going to just kind of rush through a bunch of different little points here in regards to hope that we can start to form a plan on this this potential stimulus or relief or whatnot. First, want to acknowledge all of our township employees, leadership, council. A lot of extra work coming your way. We all appreciate it from a public view. Same thing goes to Telluride Tourism Board and our philanthropic partners at the foundation. We really feel like everyone is trying to fix this thing, and it's been quite an experience. I know that we're probably looking forward to get behind us, but there's still a lot of work in front of us. So jumping right into potential resource coffers, some things were mentioned in regard to our municipal cash reserves, potential sales tax credits, license fees. And that's just from a town kind of place. I know that we had discussed briefly about water and trash and so forth, but also want to include into future conversations the county and state in the sense of what else we can kind of call up the ladder in terms of assistance, whether that is property tax relief for landlords that might consider rent relief, or unemployment insurance rate relief from the state, the unemployment insurance department with the state of Colorado in terms of our premium percentage rates, which are based on payroll. And we have a handful of employees that are on unemployment insurance currently, which will increase our premium rates as well as just kind of use the fund that we've kind of worked on building up for each different restaurant. So I know I'm gonna cover a lot of stuff here, so I'll send this off to y'all for reference. But in terms of the marketing efforts that the Telluride Tourism Board just showed us, I think that's really a relief to see that there's an action plan in progress. And with that, just wanted to offer some other options as well for consideration, such as local promotions for the town, whether it be something that we emulate our friends down in Durango, such as like the Snowdown event they do, which starts this week coming, or potentially advertising to the Western Slope that we have been somewhat priced out of their range over the last few years, and potentially offering discounts or voucher to try to include some drive-by business from Ouray and Junction, Montrose, Durango, et cetera. Additionally, potentially creating another envelope of public relations within the Telluride Tourism Board that would potentially create a narrative of recovery and unity and community for either national news or just the website or whatever the right medium is to try to get us some positive content into the world. I'm not sure if the Colorado Economic Recovery Fund that was set up for the pandemic, I think it was about $40 million, is still active, but potentially enlisting the help of the governor's office and creating a financial emergency, kind of like a state level FEMA kind of scenario is a potential possibility. And then also maybe working with, again, the Department of Labor to create some sort of portal or access for the Workforce Center in Montrose to help a lot of our employees in the restaurant business have been.
Josh will give you more time, so
Okay,
don't worry.
Have been not furloughed permanently, but temporarily out of work, which in a lot of cases makes it somewhat tricky for them to apply for partial benefit. And with that, the Telluride Foundation and the Tri-County Health Network has been working double time to process all these applications. And I know there's a lot more applications out there. So just trying to create access for the workforce of Telluride in terms of assistance has been something we've worked on pretty actively internally, and trying to figure out where to find engagement or traction for more of that to be effective would be great. Outside of that, I just wanted to mention a couple of things to council in that in our restaurant world, this is just national kind of statistics or averages, but a restaurant has about 16 days of cash reserve to operate from if they don't have receipts coming in. And with 13 days of the closure, we did not necessarily close for those 13 days, but we did see a very sharp decline in revenue, roughly 40%. And so I just wanted to say that I can confidently speak for our restaurant community in town that we all saw somewhere between 30 and 50% of our receipts go away. While we are optimistic about February and March returning, there is a severe necessity for cash right now, and there's no way to get around that. I don't want to say this is the responsibility of the township by any stretch or the taxpayer here. I'm just saying that there are really a lot of people in critical cash flow positions right now. And I don't know if there's going to be anything we can do to solve that. But, if looking at numbers, a restaurant works on a 3 to 5% net at the end of the year, and out of the last 2 weeks, we've lost about 4% of our annual sales. You can kind of do the math there as to what we're looking to do by the end of this year, and that's hopefully be here for next year. So with consideration to anything that we can do in regards to sales tax credits, waived license fees, finding opportunity for small business to apply for, as mentioned, these potential options of resource. I just want to speak from our little restaurant family group that we appreciate anything y'all can figure out for us. And if we can participate in any of those brainstorming sessions, I certainly speak for our group that I would be happy to help. But we will figure it out. I believe in the community and the support of the town, but we do need to figure some things out right now. So thank you for your time.
Great, Josh. Thank you. And yeah, please share that list with us. And I'll just ask you one question. As I know someone who's been on the front lines of this and trying to survive. Not that we know what we can do, what we want to do, all that fun stuff. If you could wave a magic wand and say, if there's one thing the town of Telluride could do, what would that be?
Right.
And that's
no,
a tough
I can
question.
tell you easily, really quickly, if there was a sales tax credit, that I think would be the easiest. If we were to determine a time frame in which this work stoppage, crisis, whatever we want to call the circumstance, as in terms of start and end and duration, and find a reprieve of or a credit, that seems like the simplest way. But to your question, there's not a magic number that I think I can figure out percentage-wise for everybody. Yes, Ashley. Sorry.
No, finish your point.
Oh, sorry.
Hand is just raised till the
Sorry,
end.
my apologies. I thought you were asking me to stop. But as far as a percentage, like I don't know the answer to that from a broad stroke, but from our business, I guess, if we were to be afforded a tax credit by way of the sales tax relief for January and February, I think we could be whole or close to being in that conversation. I don't know, without kind of creating a few different scenarios for different segments, because like lodging is one thing and restaurants are one and retail is another. But just for the restaurants, like I just know the real numbers for me personally. Like if we are X amount of dollars down and percentages. Sorry.
Yeah, and I don't want you to get into that. That's
Okay.
personal stuff,
yeah,
and
yeah.
I'm not sure. I meant more of an action that we could take. Like if you said it would be really great, and if it's as simple as sales tax credit, if you could consider that, great. But if there's something that you said, boy, it'd be really helpful if the town could do this right now. That's more.
I guess I never thought about that question exactly to that because in a fair sense, I know that there's only so much stuff that every department has to manage. So the water board has to new facility to figure out. You know, the county has their own initiatives and so forth. So in my mind, it was always about how can, for all the small businesses that support by way of collecting tax revenues, how could they go back to each of their supportees and say, hey, we need a reprieve from this, and this coffer, or this, and this channel. So for me, it was like, okay, we're losing everything right now. How do we go back to the people that we support or the departments or the segments that we support throughout each month of the year and say, we need a break for a second, put us on pause. We'll be back in a minute. So that was my answer. Sorry.
Ashley?
Thanks. Yeah, it's about what you were just saying. And I want to check in with Zoe. I hear what you just said. The thing that I'm going to say is that's not going to end up being what you want because the sales tax is paid by the consumer. So if there was going to be any sort of sales tax refund, then it would go back to those consumers. It's not that we could give you that money back because you didn't actually pay it. You collected it from your customer and then paid it on their behalf to the town.
I'd like to respond to that.
Sure.
If I sell a burger for $10 and I put 11% tax on top of it, and I collect that at 11%, right?
Yeah.
And then I transfer that 11% over. Why wouldn't I just charge $11 for the burger?
Right. So but I'm just
I
saying
do-
like for
I
sales
do
tax
charge.
laws, like we can't, correct me if I'm wrong, but it feels like we wouldn't be able to issue you that refund because it's not in the intention of how the tax is written.
I don't disagree with that. I'm just saying that the tax is part of the price. And if I didn't collect the tax, I could increase the price, but I can't. And therefore, as I collect it, it's part of the price. There's no option for the consumer.
Yeah.
Correct. But I guess my point is, it's like, I hear what you're saying. I think there are other ways that we can get money into you guys' pockets. I don't think that a sales tax rebate program is what would get money back into your pockets, because I think the state of Colorado would say that was not money paid by the business. You can't give them that money back. It's paid by the customer.
I 100% agree with you. And I think it's a matter of legal maneuvering that is what y'all have the power to do.
Kind of.
Suspend the question of it.
So yeah, go ahead. Kevin can start and then.
Well, a couple things. So a
But thank
credit
you,
back. I
Josh.
think
Thank you so much, Josh. And I cannot wait to look at that larger list. And I don't, just so you're sitting down, a number of those things we have discussed. We've been in conversations with the governor's office and some of our Senate representatives. It's just kind of where they want to be part of this and where they don't. And also there is a BOCC meeting tomorrow with the county where they're just going to have, it's not agendized, but they're going to have a discussion. They're the collectors of property tax. They are one of the people of property tax, but they're the collectors. So they would have to work with the other bodies as well. But I think you should talk to them as well. Okay. Thanks, Kevin.
Yeah, a couple things. So the concept of a credit back or kind of that an entity would be able to recoup on their own or benefit from on their own the collection of sales tax that has already occurred. I don't think lawfully you can do that. It's the money's already been collected. It's been received from the customer. It's held in trust by the restaurant. We have language in our code. State law has that language as well. That money, that corpus, and they do get a vendor fee. I know it's a small percentage, but there is a vendor fee that the entity can take out for the trouble of collecting and then remitting the sales tax that's due on a purchase. But it's town money and it's collected directly from the customer. And I think that's right. There's no way to credit back a restaurant for that. If you were going to credit it back, it would go to the customer, which you can't do. We don't have a list of those customers. What we have done in the past is a sales tax deferral. And I know we did that during COVID. I thought maybe there was one other opportunity when we did that, but I'll have to look back.
Mhm.
And what that means is, let's say if the December taxes are due January 20th, which is applicable here, instead of collecting them or requiring their remittance on the 20th, you could delay it a month, 2 months, 3 months, whatever your timeline is. I think during COVID, I think we delayed it through the summer, I want to say into June or July,
Mhm.
starting in mid-March.
Mhm.
And that's perfectly acceptable. What you're doing there is you're waiving the interest, you're waiving the penalties for a late remittance, and you're saying, we are going to require this to be paid, pick your date, April 1st, instead of January 20th.
And that would help a business potentially with a cash flow, not necessarily that they would just get that money they wouldn't be responsible for those taxes, just would allow them to keep them. And then potentially that could help with cash flow for them, and then they would remit it at a later time.
It certainly would, but there is a very dangerous gamble, and I'm only saying this to the professionals out there on their side. Again, it's not like that tax obligation is going to disappear. It's money that you received, you collected it from the customer, and it's due and owing to the town as a pass-through. To the extent that you're using that to make up for a revenue shortfall,
doesn't mean that
you're pulling out of one pocket and putting it into another, and that other pocket has to be refilled at some point.
And if I may, most POS systems today, like we take that cash and we immediately send it to an escrow. So like that's not really cash that we touch because it's not ours.
And I will say, just lessons learned from COVID to that point, Josh, it seemed more administratively of a burden than the intent was meant to accomplish. That a lot of people either, and maybe you could, well, you probably know about this stuff too. But a lot of people either couldn't make the quick change for a couple months within their software system. And really for staff, it made it so we didn't have enough, we weren't reacting to data that was in real time either, just kind of furthered those assumptions. But again, it's definitely a possibility. And, when we go through some of those concepts where we're looking at that would be a more broader relief measure instead of more targeted relief measure, and where we have within our funds to kind of accomplish those things. And that's similar to the business license relief that funds our marketing arm. So business licenses and obviously some of the other taxing pieces, but that helps fund the marketing arm as well. So kind of where that ramifications would come from. But that's why we're focusing on water and wastewater for the purposes of this discussion as well.
I'm so sorry, I have to leave.
Okay.
I know this meeting has gone very long, but I will check back in with whatever else was given. But I think that obviously, like we have some pools of money, different levers that we can pull. And I think that like we need to figure out where we could be most effective with that for the business owners, specifically ones that have an immediate need. And I wish I could continue the conversation, but I do have to go. I'm so sorry, everyone.
Ashley, thank you. We are still along. Kristen, is it specifically to this conversation or something new?
I'm curious to see what Dan has to say, but I actually have to go too. I'm in Austria right now, and I'm late for missed the client dinner. I just want to see them before they have to leave the country. But I'm happy to listen to it. I'm just going to turn my video off and I'll keep listening. And then Zoe, I can report to you or Teddy, my comments. But
yeah, I will say, and totally understandable, as this we had a single agenda item for the special meeting and then it got taken up with other agenda items. So I understand.
I understand.
And thanks the flexibility. I think in response to the community who is waiting with bated breath to understand kind of where we're going, staff is hoping to have pretty clear direction on some of these allocations and any guidelines within those allocations.
Okay, so I'll keep listening then. I'll stay on.
Okay. Go back to public comment in the room. We'll address that first.
Hello, Susan Hurd Gallery, 214 West Colorado. I'm actually coming here to speak, not so much for relief personally. I know that I sell luxury goods, so I'm used to selling them. I've been selling them since I was 19. So I'm aware that that's not necessarily, of course, you know, what never changes for any of us who do retail in town is the cost of rent. And I came today because I know that you as a council will figure out a grant application process, and I will justify all of my personal reasons in that application process. But I'd rather speak about ideas for the future and perhaps like could be included in this. And so that's what I spent a lot of my time on in the last weeks looking at. First of all, I know in the early 2000s, there used to be more activities on the mountain, and I know that's more of a mountain thing, but when I was trying to apply that idea, and I'm talking about X Games, and forgive me, I'm not a super skier or anything, so I don't know all these things, what they're called. But I know that in other towns and cities that don't have a ski area, for example, to host something large like that and be dependent on them to do it, there's a lot of lower levels, like a lot of sports that have tournament requirements for people to go on and compete in larger things. And those lower levels can be really exciting for a small group. For example, in Houston, they have a very small gathering to watch a professional tennis match. And those are actually qualifying matches that, go on, and you have to win that one to go to Wimbledon or Open or things like that. So I think there could be some investigating into that. I don't know if you have an area to do polo anywhere. I'm also not in that realm, but just different things like that could be things that bring in a lot of different people, even if it were fencing or something. I mean, there could be different places I think you could look for those kinds of events to form during the summer and during the winter as well, beyond just music festivals and ski games. So that would just kind of, if there's a work session for that, I'd be happy to sit down and have a longer conversation of that. But directly back to what's happening now with the trying to have ideas, I think I go back to, why is my rent so high? Why is everyone's rent so high? Not just mine, but everyone's. And I think when it comes to commercial property, there's a huge burden on the landlords to pay their property tax, and their property taxes are a lot more because they're, a fundraising arm for the town of Telluride. But I do think that you could think about things. You can't make mandates or anything like that. I know that's illegal, but you could think about some different ideas that you could, for example, some of these building owners that want to throw out tenants so that they can list their property on the market. Well, why don't you have dark storefront penalties, so that they have to keep a tenant in there until they sell it, something like that. Because we've got 4, I don't know if there's 10 properties for sale on Colorado Avenue right now, or 7, something like that. There's 4 in a row, I know that. And so that would be one thing to kind of push the landlords that say, okay, well, I want to keep it empty because I'm trying to push this other people out in the building, or I'm trying to market my building. Then we lost a great restaurant, Pescado. I mean, that was huge disappointment. I know that they've landed at La Cocina, and I'm happy for them, but still, that was not something good. I also had friends in town recently that work for the city of Aspen, and they were telling me that in Aspen, in order to get a C of O, they have to provide a workforce meal on the menu and an area for the workforce to sit in every restaurant, or they will not get a C of O. So I think that's something to think about. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe you don't do it identically. Maybe you do your own thing. It's just an idea. The other thing I would say is to do a voluntary incentive-based program stabilizing commercial space rent. It's not mandates, it's not price setting, it's not interference with existing leases. It could be for moving forward. And it would be something that looked like, and I can send you guys all of this later so you can read it, since I'm summarizing really. But it would be more like, it's not a rent control, it's not a rent cap, it's not retroactive, and it's not mandatory. For people who want to opt in, for landlords that want to opt in, because there are plenty of landlords in this town that don't want, no offense, to have a realty office. And, and they don't want to have a lot of things that might pay the bills. They want to have something funky and cool and, a deli or whatever that they want to do. And so, but they're forced into it because they've got, $5,000 to $10,000 a month tax bills coming their way. So, you could do things like property tax abatements and credits, permit signage and HARC fee reductions, expedited approvals, energy and sustainability rebates. I guess that goes back to the water, but I know that's complicated. So I think it would just, it would make for a more lively town. And I'll just say, like, yesterday I was in Uray for the day, and I was just noticing all the variety of different stores. And I kind of remember thinking maybe like 15 years ago, what's going to happen to Telluride? And I'm over there in Uray and looking around, and they just have like the cutest little shops, like a rock shop can live there, which I love. I always try to buy something from him. Anyways, it's hard to keep up that kind of small town character, excitement, boutique, because I did 2 buys for this winter, which are both flops, and had to put them on my credit card. And now I'm trying to pay off my credit card as best I can, but I bought 2 different boutique lines of goods to show, and of course didn't get to sell them at all. And so, I think everybody's kind of leveraging that. I know Kaki said in the last meeting, like, some people have bought things that are the price of a car, to fill their stores. So I think that's, that we want to keep these kinds of businesses in town, but I don't see how you avoid the big box stores and the chains eventually coming here if you don't start doing something now with voluntary property tax abatement and restructuring, hoping that landlords will consider that, because even if you get your rent at like $4,000 or $5,000, which is, unheard of, then you're going to get triple net at twice that. So you're still going to be 10, 20, whatever thousand, or giving a larger percentage, as I know some of the restaurants do. So anyways, that's it.
Please.
I'll send you some of these
Yeah.
things, and I hope, thank you for working so hard to try to do something for the businesses. We appreciate it. And that's it.
Great. Thank you.
Thanks.
Is there anybody else in the room for any public comment?
No, and I just want to say, I look forward to your email, and because I have some more context and responses to some of those things as well that we could work through. So
Okay, thank
I
you.
look forward to it.
Mayor, did you want me to put a timer up? I wasn't sure.
No, it's okay. We'll just try to keep comments to creativity and solutions to help us over the next few months. Bigger vision items are very important as well, but there's going to be a different time for that.
I'll be very short. My name is Stefano Canclini from Rustico Ristorante. Most of my comments, of course, they were given by Josh about the restaurant community. What I think, or I've envisioned, or what I think would be best for us would be consider a direct help to the restaurant business based on the amount of the percentage that we are down, or and the amount of the number of employees that we have. I've been trying personally to help my employees with the Good Neighbor Fund. But the obstacle there on the qualification point is that maybe my mistake or our mistake was not to cut their hours or lay them off, or give them a short financial hardship. So now they have difficulties to demonstrate that from that day to from the 27 to, for example, was the 14, I think was our payroll. They had a cut in the amount of hours. We trying to pull together, and we went through. We didn't know, of course, how many days it was going to last or how long it was going to be the impact. So maybe for us would be a better fit to have a direct help, and then let us maybe figure it out who are within our businesses, the people that they need more help. Of course, the employees are the number one value that we have. We're only as good as our employees are. So We need to keep our core employees staying in town, able to afford to stay in town. Then indirect help maybe will be, this is just an idea. I know that some of you don't think that way, but considering reopening few commercial leases as far as apartment goes. The town of Mountain Village did it. They did a building 15 on VCA, and that help us out a lot. I don't know how short, how difficult is that going to be. Of course, you have to vote. Just consider that. I understand your point of view of maybe people will be obligated to work for our businesses because we have a commercial lease, and so they will have to live in our apartment. And so if they decide to go and work somewhere else, they probably won't do it. They have to stick with us because they will lose the possibility to live in town. For my point of view, I mean, Rustic has been there for 30 years, and we had very, very, very few instances if somebody wants to move on, and we just wish them good luck. But we also have a big majority of our people that they've been with us for more than 15, 20 years. So consider the fact that we want to help our employees. With having a commercial lease, is not that we would take advantage of our employees, and that's what I want to say. That's some help, and then I don't know, there is some vacancy, there is some free apartments that they are available, and there are some of our core employees that they pay 80% of their income in rent. Right now, they have 3 kids. Some of them, they're the one that they need to be helped, and we helped them out until now. But now we are in need that we're not going to be able to help them out. The other thing that was going to come out was always that, Montrose, Norwood, other places, they have lower rent and they could move. In our industry, it's very tough to have people commuting to Montrose. A restaurant is open late at night. They have to come in the morning to do preparation. There is very short time between lunch and dinners, so they cannot go home. They have families. In our experience, the 3 people that they left, they never come back. One opened his own restaurants and the other 2 don't come back. It's very difficult that you can keep a job for many, many years and commute 3 hours a day back and forth. So we need to try to keep in town, and then of course, I mean, we lose also our community doing that. So that's it. Thank you.
Stefano, thank you very much. Anybody else in the room for public comment?
Hi, guys. Thank you. Eric Dalton from Jagged Edge. I just wanted to say, I think we just have a short window left, a runway left here in winter. We got 10 weeks left. I really appreciate what you guys brought up with the marketing and the efforts we're going to make to try to recapture what we can. But in my honest opinion, I'm carrying this bag of debt into the summer for sure. So I just want to say, I hope it can blow summer out of the water. That's really important to me. I don't want to lose track of that. In a way, I'm thankful we only have 10 more weeks left of winter, because we're hopefully on to greener times here, and not such an economy tied to just one entity in town. And so I just want to encourage you guys as our town council to also think about, per what Josh was saying, like what Durango does, other events. How can we not be totally a one-trick pony, so to say? I realize the ski area is always going to be here. It's going to be a huge part, but I don't think it hurts us to help to start thinking about how we can diversify different events. How can we get people here? Because it's an amazing place, despite, even the strike, but the lack of snow, all that type of stuff. We got to start thinking this way. Because we're all going to carry our debts from this winter into the summer. I would love to one day see winter, not such a hard season to try to have to, it all pivots on a couple weeks, and that's really hard. And that's no one's fault here, but it's all our responsibility to start thinking about how can we try to change that, and I think that thinking it needs to start happening now, or if not now, this summer. Let's start getting creative for next winter, So if we do have just a terrible snow year or whatever the issue is going on, we at least are trying to have some other irons in the fire to bring some stuff here. But yeah, I feel for everyone here. I think there's no way to dig out of this hole. I just want you guys to know that. I think we heard from these guys. Some businesses coming back, but we're not going back to where we even breaking even with where we were, and we've already taken the hit. So that's important. I think a lot of businesses are going to be going into this summer in debt, carrying the burdens of this winter, and we're all going to do our best to do that. But I just, love to knock the summer, out of the park. Let's get more events here. Let's get things going on. You got our support big time because we need that, or else, like the lady from the Herd Gallery was saying, this town is just going to be nothing but uninspiring businesses, and my fear, corporate businesses that are going to look the same as every other resort town everywhere. And that's what we got going on for us, is a unique Main Street, unique restaurants, uniqueness. Because the minute we lose that, I'm concerned about where this big development out on Society Turn is going to go. That's got an impact that I don't think people have considered in this town. But it's a slippery slope, and we need to make sure we keep as much local as we can. So thank you for listening.
Great. Thank you. Anybody else in the room for public comment?
Can I just add one thing?
Charlie had his hand raised first.
It's just one sentence. My property tax abatement suggestion was not just for future. It could happen now.
Yeah. Yep.
Okay, I wasn't sure if that makes
And I can talk to you more about property tax and the town's role in that as well.
Charlie?
Good afternoon. My name is Charlie Kane. I suppose I represent Floridora, myself, and others. The town responsibility includes police, fire, water, sewer, safety. That's number one for sure. Speaking of safety, please do something about the lights at the crosswalks in town. They need to be improved. I was thinking about housing because that's always been an issue here, and I looked at the cemetery and looked into it, and that's a no-go. But the current building that we're sitting in here, in this city property right here, this would be nice residential property, and to have the city offices down by the shops would be, I think, an improvement.
Charlie, I want to interrupt you really quick.
Yeah.
Anything for this would be more appropriate for public comment at January
understand,
27th.
but I'm
This
gonna
is-
get
hold on a second, Charlie.
Okay.
Hold on. Anything we want to discuss today is about trying to help our businesses through the crisis we're in now. And we'd love to talk about housing in town hall and lights in the crosswalk and things of that nature, but that's for another day and another time. So if you have anything to suggest to help the businesses, we're all ears.
Thank you. I will go right to it right now. You control the festivals. We have major festivals in town, but we have no minor festivals in our shoulder season. You should take over the festivals. That would be great to take over them. They cherry pick our best weekends, and our weekends can take care of themselves. The weekdays would be stronger if we had festivals on the weekdays, and we would probably have more tax revenue and more business in town. Maybe not more business in town, but spread the dollar better if we had them, let's just say, on weekdays. And we'd be hiring local. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Charlie. Before we move forward, I just want to remind everyone, for the first time in my tenure as mayor, I've not put a clock on anybody's comments because it is important for us to hear from the businesses, but I got to keep us on point. And on that point is what can we do with your suggestions to try to help us for the next 10 weeks, maybe the off seasons, maybe into the summer. Anything else? Next Tuesday, January 27th, there's public comment for non-agenda items, or you can comment on the agenda items. But knowing how much our businesses are struggling, I need to keep our focus to that. Is there anybody else in the room for public comment? Seeing none, I will close public comment in the room, and we have a couple hands raised. Dan Jansen, I know, was very patient and his hand went up first. So if we could start with him, that would be great. Again, we will not put the clock up, but I will shut you down if you're not talking about what we can do to help our businesses. That's why we're here today.
All right. Thank you, Mayor. I am going to work hard to stay on point. And I want to thank all of you for agendizing this topic. This is a very important discussion. Zoe began the agenda item with a sentence that was unthinkable 15 years ago when I was elected to Mountain Village. She said something like TMVOA, the two towns, TTB, CFA, the county are all working together. Please keep that up. This is a regional issue, not a single governmental issue. I also want to touch on what April said, and I'm on point here, Teddy, is April talked about the Telluride Foundation's Good Neighbor Fund. Those numbers were staggering. In a good way, those of us who went to the holiday event saw hundreds of thousands of dollars raised, even though that wasn't the goal in a few minutes. She reported over $700,000. The bad news is hundreds of people are asking for help, way more than historically. And the analog there is they are our local employees. They are our friends. They are our neighbors. Where they work, it's probably not going well. So I'm getting to the business support. Short answer, TTB, CFA, business support. Yes, yes, yes. On TTB, Kira's very gracious and nice. I'm not. 1 + 1 = 1. So when somebody cancels over the holidays or early January and rebooks in February or March, that's great. God bless them. But we still only got 1 week out of them, right? Rather than 2 weeks. So just because the numbers are looking better doesn't mean we solved the problem. The brand damage here is unclear to me. We need to spend. We need to be bold. I know the budget doesn't look great. You have reserves, 67%, well above the 35%. And I said the same thing to Mountain Village. I said the same thing to TMVOA. Why do you have reserves? A bunch of reasons. Mostly for a rainy day. Well, it's flipping pouring out there, guys. I mean, our businesses are hanging on by their fingernails. So please spend down some of those reserves. Great McKinsey study, if you don't believe me, says we do better when we spend our reserves as governments, as nonprofits, as NGOs, et cetera, to achieve our mission. Our mission right now is to get through the next 10 weeks of this season. So please support Kira and the TTB. It's easy to kick the can down the road. We'll do the 525 now and get to the other bit later. I think you need to send a signal, which is we're going to hit it hard in August. All that creative, all that stuff takes time. So I'd really encourage you to send a signal that, yes, we will provide support for next season, because again, I don't know how damaged our brand is. I don't want to know. I think it's worse than we think. On CFA, please support Matt. He didn't get into the weeds here. I was on that board for many, many years, and these airlines are very transactional. They're going to look at this year's performance, and they're going to base next year's route structure and minimum guarantees off of it. They're going to reduce frequency. They're going to reduce plane size. Matt needs to have some powder dry to go in there and get us those flights, because they, like our hospitality sector, are critical. And then finally, on business support, Teddy, you said, what could we do if we're king for the day? I would want to maintain locally owned businesses in our community. The thing that makes us special and different from Aspen, and Aspen's a lovely place, don't get me wrong, we have locally owned businesses. We don't have Prada and Chanel and Gucci and Izakaya and all that. We have businesses that locals own, and they employ locals. Back to my first point of the Good Neighbor Fund. So please support our businesses. Locals understand a powder day. My wife's business has employed dozens of girls out of the high school in their first job, learning how to work. That kind of stuff, big corporates don't care about. We do. So I would suggest direct rent support to businesses in town that need it. Be bold. Mountain Village is doing what they're doing. Please do what you can do. Because those triple nets are killing our local businesses. We all pass these wonderful things, the hospital district, school district, mental health. I supported all those things, right? But with the commercial rate on property taxes flowing through triple nets, our locally owned businesses are getting chased out, and the corporates will come in and they will care, no disrespect, a little bit less about our community than some locally owned businesses do. So please be bold, support CFA, support TTB, and please do a business support program. Thanks.
Thank you very much. We have Matt Hindemeister with his hand raised.
Yes, thanks. Matt Meister, tenant Telluride resident, local business owner, and Dan just said everything I wanted to say. So I will echo everything he said and all those lines of support. So thanks.
Thank you, Matt. And then we have Mr. Tooley with his hand raised.
Hello, Mayor Errico. Doug Tooley. I'm at the Quartzsite, Arizona RV tent show, which is about as booming as it gets. And there's more money here than some of the real estate oriented folks in the Telluride region might think, as well as a very solid source of employment, at least for the summer season, if that was strategically approached, which it has not been. Has just been repeatedly ignored on that. Folks here have probably heard my voice besides just the council. You may not know, I have a multiple honors degree in economics. I studied economic development from a labor supply side in the computer industry in the late 80s and just going into the 90s there in the Seattle area. And I did a lot of civic work as well, working with the smaller businesses and the mid-sized businesses, which we really don't have here in our diversified or not diversified economy. And in opposition to downtown, the analog would be Telluride Ski and Golf in our local economy. I understand these issues in detail and in a conservative economist, fire-tested fashion, rigorous fashion. And, it's not just the snow, it's not just the labor problems. I think Telluride has lost some of its resilience. That's my opinion. And it goes to some of those issues that were, I think, best presented in the docu-comedy, The Lost People of Mountain Village. And I'm concerned that Telluride has too much so sold its soul to those same forces following the economic recovery of COVID. And we need a reset, a hard reset. And there is money to do that. This goes to, I think a lot of those issues were at play with the Prohaska and Fee purchase of the attempt to purchase the ski area, those dynamics, and what the gondola vote people are seeing, I think a little bit off target, but with some fundamental issues. And that's how much money TMVOA has now after the gondola vote. According to Friends of TMVOA members, there was $60 million in the bank before, controlled by Telluride Ski and Golf. Before
Mr. Tooley, Mr. Tooley, I'm going to interrupt. I was very clear previously. We're looking for suggestions of what we can do as the town of Telluride to help our local businesses. And
I'm giving you a funding source. Do you have a problem with that, Mayor Erica?
We don't
we don't control
TMVOA's
TMVOA.
budget,
We
Mr.
don't
Cooley.
control TMVOA. We don't control the Telluride Ski and Golf Company. We don't control the town of Mountain Village. We don't control San Miguel County.
I have no problem taking my property
I-
rights from me.
I am asking for suggestions for the town of Telluride to be able to help our businesses. And any other public comment, I am asking to be pushed to the next meeting, January 27th.
That'll be a fail. Have a good day.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Tooley. Anybody else online? Public comment is now closed for the agenda item. I will hand it back to Zoe.
All right, so if council doesn't have any more questions or need any more information, what direction that I would like this conversation to go? Obviously, you have an understanding of what our regional partners are. You have an understanding of where the sentiment of the community is and where the reality of our bookings and flight is. Staff has recommended and considered allocating up to $1 million in recovery-related support from the general fund reserves. Again, this would be within this conversation. If we go down the line and feel additional support, I still would like us to maintain that $1 million cap as we look into the future. I think it's important for us to maintain flexibility until actual revenue impacts are better understood. So that's why, again, we've come up with that number, and to avoid actions that materially impair essential services, workforce stability, or long-term financial capacity. Again, that's where that recommendation comes from. So my direct questions for you are whether you'd like to participate in regional recovery funding and at what scale. Those could go between marketing, activation, business support, and the individual assistance. If there's any parameters, safeguards, or duration for any of these relief members, and then we'll move forward with those pieces. So I'm going to sum up with some of the things that we have discussed. So obviously, we've already made the direction with the Good Neighbor Fund. Staff has now gotten additional direction to look for a sunset of pulling affordable housing funds for that rent relief for potentially sometime in April or May. And I'll work with the Telluride Foundation on that. The request from the Tourism Board and the sentiment of Mountain Village was to look at a potential $500,000 support for additional marketing for the winter season. We also had an ask from the Colorado Flight Alliance. And then in terms from the business relief program, this is where I think the meat of the discussion is going to be taking place. I would like to know what we would like to see, whether it is any sort of waiver of water or wastewater rates temporarily, as staff suggested, anything beyond that. If we do look at a business relief program, I will probably interject while you're having that discussion on just some of the realities of administration, or really honing in on some of those questions of what those borders or safeguards parameters could look like. We did talk in the January 7th meeting about that SETI program, which had the tiers. I put that within that memo as well of what those looked like. So things for you to discuss, but we have moved away from, this would be very much a town of Telluride administered program with strictly our funds. It's kind of where we are today.
Great, Zoe, thank you for that summary. And it is in the packet. Any questions, comments on where we think our recovery efforts should go? Dan?
Thanks. Yeah, obviously difficult calculations, and it's gonna be hard to come up with there's no specific right answer. There's only trade-offs. With that in mind, the way I view the highest and best good is, how do we, as quickly as possible, reinvigorate our entire economy, which will help out all businesses and their employees, the workers of our community, in conjunction at the same time with some of that direct relief we talked about on that January 7th meeting towards individuals, primarily making sure that people are able to afford their bills. And as at least one commenter was noting, how we maintain them in their community so that when our economy is back at 100%, we're able to get our businesses up and running back at full capacity at that time. that being said, so that what I'm saying is, I feel like the most effective use of our limited funds will be funding advertising to get that economy up and running, trying to get tourists back to our economy as quickly as possible. I do want to note one small caveat with that is, and this is again, this is more slightly an aside, but I do really feel it bears saying. I do want to support that advertising, that renewal of trying to get tourism back here. But as Kira will remember, and as probably other people in this community are listening now will remember as well, 4 years ago when we renegotiated the contract with the tourism board, I had a lot of reservations around utilizing taxpayer funds for that. Not because advertising isn't effective and that tourism is not a key part of our economy. Clearly, those things are true. Clearly, we need tourism. But by utilizing taxpayer funds, we leave space for big businesses, Telsky specifically, to foot the bill on citizens, on the taxpayers. And I believe that's exactly what we have seen happen in the preceding 4 years, is that Telsky has reduced their advertising budget and has reduced their commitment towards trying to generate tourism. So I do think that there's a further conversation that needs to be had down the road, but for this short-term special circumstance, very extenuating circumstance, I feel like that is the most effective and the most fair distribution of those funds, is to use it to reinvigorate our economy first and foremost. I'm definitely still open to utilizing some funds for direct business support as well, to make sure that there's not businesses that are having to close those doors. But that is, if I had to prioritize, number 3 on the priority list. Not saying that we can't find funds for that as well, but I think that those first 2 elements, advertising, tourism, reinvigoration, direct individual support, and then business support third, is the way I see the breakdown of funding levels.
And I would just want to add in, for full transparency, when we were discussing additional marketing spend, we did reach out to the ski resort to see if they want to participate. They are working on their own marketing efforts in light of the current situation. And so they won't be participating in our particular funding, but I just wanted to give that. And I do want to offer or ask for a little bit more clarification for the Good Neighbor Fund. As we saw, Mountain Village added an additional $100,000. When you are talking about, that prioritization and that individual support, are you also considering an additional infusion into that fund, or are we comfortable? Again, I think we will be spending hundreds of thousands of dollars through the Affordable Housing Fund and that rent relief.
I'm open to considering it, because the affordable housing rent relief, that's of course only citizens within our housing system. And of course there are other citizens outside of our system that I think we would want to look to help as well. So that funding level feels like a fair starting place, but I'm open to further discussion about that, what that exact number is.
Elena, I see your hand raised.
So I agree that I think the funding for the Telluride and Tourism Board is critical. I think funding directly to businesses is important here too. I think, we didn't really get into details of what that looks like, but I think that funding the application for that funding needs to kind of involve showing a loss. Because I think while most of our businesses are suffering, there may be some that aren't as much. And I want to make sure that we're getting that money to the people who need it the most. So however that application looks, I think it should be, somehow to show lost income that they normally count on, and that it's tied to hard costs like rent, insurance, utilities, things like that, payroll potentially. That feels a little more, a little less of a hard cost, because I know a lot of businesses have cut back on their, on the hours of their employees or laid some people off. And then we have the Good Neighbor Fund to help with those individuals' expenses. But I think that is really important. I'm a little on the fence about the funding for the Colorado Flight Alliance. I think it's a really important part of this, but to me, in terms of the priorities of what we're doing with our limited funds, that sort of feels like it's lower on the priority list for me personally. I'm hoping that increased marketing efforts get people to buy plane tickets and that sort of like that will help fix the problem of, keeping those flights full and funded. And I do think I did want to ask Zoe, that $1 million that staff is recommending to us to use for assistance, is that including things like the Telluride Tourism Board, or is that just like
No, that would be in totality for any relief measures
okay
outside
okay.
of the Affordable Housing Fund aspect.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's where, if we're going to spend about a quarter of that on the tourism board, I want to make sure that we leave enough to help the businesses, because for me, that feels like to me, that's the number one priority, but I think helping with the marketing does help the businesses. So that's why I think that's really important. But yeah, I would rather save those limited funds to do direct aid to the businesses. I'm also very supportive of us giving additional money to the Good Neighbor Fund, since that seems like, we have some extra reserves in that fund as well. So that's kind of my brief summary of how I would like to move forward.
Yeah, I do want to help with this conversation just so you guys can start keeping a tally of these realities. That's why I put all of the different business counts in the packet as well. And as we learned through COVID and other relief measures and the comments that we've heard today, we will not be able to make any business whole. And, coming up with the priorities of businesses that get support over others, there will be, I think someone said it, winners and losers in this. And in fact, we can understand everybody's a loser in this, but who is more so. If we even looked at like Mountain Village and they put $200,000 toward it, and we just look at tier 1 businesses, I think that's like $2,000 per business. So what does that do? What does that mean? So you have to kind of understand some of those parameters as well as you're making these prioritizations and providing funds and dwindling down on that pool for the impact of some of those other measures. So just putting that into context.
Great. Kristen?
Hey, thanks. Sorry I had to step away from the video, but I was listening the whole time. And number one, it sounds like to me, in order to maintain the uniqueness of Telluride, from just kind of listening to everyone speak as a whole from the public, the businesses need their employees, the employees need housing, and the town has housing. So I would like to see some kind of master lease for businesses that are having a hard time with housing, with the sunset or with the longer lease or a shorter lease. So we could use our existing inventory, kind of like the low-hanging fruit term, and use some of those vacancies that we have to lease them to businesses in need. I think that was one of the, I heard
Can
that.
I
I like
pause
that.
you on that quickly, Kristen? So during the rental housing policy discussion that we had, oh my gosh, November? Was that when it was? Council did give direction to do a pilot master lease program at the boarding house, which we are looking to accomplish.
Excellent. Okay,
shortly.
that's awesome. Thanks. Check it off the list. The uniqueness of Telluride, for the advertising to tie into the dark store fees was kind of a thing. When I was on council a long time ago, there was this thing called horizontal zoning, and you couldn't have too many service-based. You couldn't, and I have to go back and read that again. But
We still have that also, Kristen. Yep.
excellent. That's great. But that does not relate to dark store fees. And I know that's private property and that's a whole nother can of worms, but I'm just listening to some of the comments I heard from the public. Diversifying the winter uniqueness and having events on shoulder seasons, and maybe the town partnering in with doing some festivals during the shoulder seasons. I know some people in town. I mean, I think Teddy, you, Dan, you guys all probably know some people in town that would love to try to throw something like that together to stimulate the economy during a different time of year, like maybe beginning of May, maybe have a mud fest, or maybe have, something like that when it's mud season. So things like that to maintain the uniqueness of Telluride, and not only in winter. And with the advertising, I don't think if Telsky's not advertising for winter, Telluride could still advertise the uniqueness of our town and the history of our town. And, you know, you guys know all about that. I think as far as money goes, I think that the businesses and the employees need it the most. If we can put that money into the Good Neighborhood Fund to help more people, like Dan said, that, you know, people not only in the community, if we can help people directly through our housing fund in housing, I like that idea, to put some money into the Good Neighbor Fund. Definitely some money in the into the TTB. And then as far as the CFA goes, you know, Matt said those numbers were going up. And so that's a good positive trend, not that it can make up for the loss of revenues for this past month, whatever. But I think that, you know, maybe that would be kind of next steps from my position. I would like to see the employees be able to the businesses keep their employees through the rent and what we can do with that stuff. And I think that's good for me for now.
Great.
Thank you.
Mario, we haven't heard from you yet, so any thoughts?
Yeah. Definitely support the full $1 million and would be open to considering, you know, taking that up a little higher, like Dan Janney was saying, you know, go big, because that's probably necessary now. We know that spending, you know, can really make a difference and get things going again. So maybe go up to $1.5 million if that's possible. And then I would echo, you know, I think the Telluride tourism is a no-brainer. You know, fully funding the increase in marketing. I also think we should be willing to do the 100,000 or so for the Good Neighbor Fund. This is just kind of in order of priority. I think it's important to preserve the flights, so I would like to see some money go to CFA. And so if we were able to increase to, say, $1.5 million, then we'd have more money for merchant relief.
Great. Maria, thank you. I'm the only one who hasn't chimed in. I'm going to try to do some back of the napkin math. Not necessarily my strong suit, but just throwing out some rough numbers and my general thoughts. I do think that, you know, we've got to further analyze what we can do in and above $1 million. I'm not sure that's good to discuss today. I'm kind of in my own mind trying to figure out what can we do with $1 million right now, and just back of the napkin math, you know, not knowing how we do it, but, you know, 300,000 to get started with a small business relief fund. You know, it's outside of that $1 million, but you got to mention it. I'm guessing we're going to have 200,000 plus on rent relief. I support $100,000 Good Neighbors Fund, because that helps people who aren't part of our housing that are still locals. I think the 252 match marketing is a good idea. Matt's CFA is improving, but over the years with Matt, and even prior to Matt with John Gustafson and others, it's such a wonderful program. I think it's important to give something as a start there. I thought maybe 100,000 as our government would be a good start. And then lastly, I'd like to see, to try to help immediately with a little bit to all the businesses, of just cutting the increase to water, wastewater in half, from 5% to 2.5%.
For those
for
months,
that, and
for the 3
that-
months.
and add all that up, it's somewhere close to $1 million, a little less. And then we can kind of see in the upcoming week or two how that works and is impacted, and always happy to discuss if we need to take more out of the capital fund to support locals and support businesses.
We cannot take money out of the capital fund, but
Capital
we
fund.
can to the capital reserve
Capital
fund.
reserve fund, that's what
Yeah.
I meant. Those are my thoughts. I don't know where everyone, we all seem to be on the same page pretty much for funding ideas. I don't know if
Yeah.
if Zoe, my terrible math skills
No,
help at all.
no, I think that,
But that was just a way to get started. And I know, I also want the business to know that $300,000 is not much, and we'll continue to analyze how we can do more for you. I know that's, and I don't want you to think that, you know, that number is a slap in the face. I'm not, we got to start somewhere. And I know I'm willing to increase that $1 million more. We're probably going to need to, but I'm not sure I'm ready to do that today.
I think we'd have to do a lot more modeling for you guys to make that decision.
Your comment arose, gave me one more thought, that, you know, if we are looking at business support, it's of course, again, trade-offs, but it might be better. And I want to maybe look to some of the business owners and hear thoughts on if your proposal of just a reduction rate or on water, wastewater, that of course would be administratively much simpler for both the businesses and for our staff. And so that definitely is advantageous from that perspective. It also means that, you know, maybe a few businesses who aren't hurting as much get the same benefit. And that is where it's a more blunt instrument. But there would be, I'm willing to explore that because I can see some advantages to that. So I guess I'm just looking to see if businesses have a preference of a grant style model where you apply, you perhaps get more relief, but it's not a guarantee, or just a cut to water, wastewater, for example, and everyone gets that automatically, but the actual relief is perhaps less overall.
And that's why I kind of propose both.
Yeah.
A little bit of help to everybody sounds like a good thing to do, but giving businesses that are truly struggling the opportunity to come to some application process to get a little bit more.
Mhm.
And who knows in the future how much more that can be. I also want to add, whether it's events and all the things that people have mentioned in the audience, or Kristen specifically, I'm all for exploring all of those, but that to me is for another time.
Yeah.
We've got weeks to help. That's it.
I think I'll summarize at this. Oh,
Wants to chime in.
Can
sorry,
I just get a
Elena.
comment in? I just want to point out, I'm okay with cutting the water and wastewater rates, but that disproportionately helps certain businesses and not others. So like a retail clothing store, I think would not see a huge benefit from that, whereas a restaurant may. So for me, that's not enough of an aid that, you know, covers all different types of businesses, even ones that don't have brick and mortars. So just wanted to point that out.
Thank you. Yeah.
Dan, can
Josh, we'd love to hear
just
from you.
quickly respond to the question in regard to your question as to would a grant process be more appealing as opposed to a broad stroke reduction in the water waste increase of 5% being reduced by 5% or 2.5%. In the grand scheme of things, I think that both options are appealing, but we're looking at right now a 5% wastewater increase. Honestly, that is billed every 2 months by the town, and that's going to be a 5% on top of your normal water and trash bill, which in the grand scheme of things is a very, very small number. So I wouldn't put too much consideration into that aspect of relief because it's a very small piece of relief. But that being said, I think everyone will appreciate it that can afford themselves the relief of whatever it looks like. But to your question, I think a grant process with before mentioned qualifications that is funded by a multitude of resource coffers, one being wastewater, one being things that we before mentioned in the town resource of coffers, and potentially the county and potentially the state and so forth.
Thanks, Josh.
Yeah.
And since I brought it up, I'll just say that's the reason why I had 2 line items, one for small business relief, like the application process, and then one that was just give
Mhm.
everyone a tiny bit of a break. I know the reducing from 5% to 2.5% isn't going to save anybody much, but it's going to, every little bit helps. And that was just more a broad stroke to help. That's why I brought it up. I'm
And-
not married to it by any means.
Yeah, and I do want to keep honing in on staff's recommendation. It would only be that relief for the January, February, March months.
Yep.
So we could not afford that within that fund to do that for the entire year. But we could do it for up to 5% per our modeling for that period of time.
And then I guess Zoe, for now, it's
Yeah.
almost like, because this
Here-
is a work session, it's almost like a straw poll. Or are we good
Yeah.
as council in funding the $1 million and giving you direction on that? Is that
Can I
something
do
you
my
need?
roll up and then I think this will help me. So I think council is good with $1 million. I understand the sentiment. Let me take back that sentiment and see what else we can do. But I think it would be more appropriate for us to provide more information before you're just like, come up with more money. So that we can model that out. So we'll stick with $1 million, prioritizing the 262 change for the tourism board, putting additional 100,000 into the Good Neighbor Fund, and then starting off with 300,000 into a business support program. I'm going to pause there for just a second. For the business support program, the additional direction I would like is two things. One, are you more comfortable with that tier-based structure for us to look into this? I think I heard very clearly that we would like to look at, obviously, people need to be able to show a hardship, most specifically to the labor dispute, and to concentrate on fixed cost. I would like to keep it on fixed cost. I think payroll gets pretty complicated. So having them show what their fixed costs are and what their assistance request would be, whether it's rent, utilities, insurance, or other things like that. Then, so again, for that direction, do we like the tiers, like the fixed cost? And then I think since this is administrative for the town, I think it would be nice for us to come up with a administrative body to reflect on the applications that perhaps consists of 2 council members and some staff to review the applications and disseminate the funds in that piece. So can I repeat just to make sure?
Yep.
Thumbs up on $1 million.
Thumbs up.
Thumbs up.
Thumbs up on providing TTB that additional marketing funds specifically for this winter. Okay. Thumbs up on $100,000 for Good Neighbor Fund. Okay. Thumbs up on $300,000 for business support,
Yep.
If not more.
if not more.
Yeah.
Maybe up to $500,000. I mean, that's pretty much our budget right there. Do you want to open up that discussion?
I mean, I'll split the difference between 3 and 5 and go 400, but I think it's important for us to get a feel for how we're going to do it, make sure it's effective, and knowing that no matter what number we come up with without having federal government PPP money, it's going to be really tough and how we figure out how we're going to help our businesses survive. And it's not an easy gig for us.
What is our cumulative total?
So yeah, when we're at 630,000 about after did I do that right? Yeah.
And outside of
the Affordable Housing Fund and outside of the wastewater reduction.
Did we have 100,000 for the CFA?
No.
That's the one
That's
thing
only
we
me?
didn't thumbs up or thumbs.
Sorry, did someone say that? I missed that.
yeah, well,
$100,000 for CFA.
No, yeah.
People want to do that?
Yeah.
I'm good with that. And that probably gets us just shy of $1 million, which gives, I'm pretty comfortable if we raise the small business to 400.
Yeah.
Right? Cause that's, 400 and then you've got 262 for marketing. So that's 662, 762 with CFA, 862 with the Good Neighbor Fund. That does not count the wastewater reduction, which I'm not sure accounting wise if we want that to come out of that $1 million number or not. And then we know the rent abatement is separate.
Yep. So I think all in all, we probably are close to about 1.5 in our relief measures over those different funds.
But if you put those different funds in, we're going to be pushing close to certainly $1.3 million, not more.
And so, okay, so I have, just want to focus in on the business support. So we're going to look at a pool for 400,000. So we have 2 additional next steps. We could look, I'd like to form whatever that committee is to then look at a potential application, because I do want to still understand, do we have a cap to that request? You know, like the Good Neighbor Fund, you can request up to $2,500. Do we have a cap to that request? And then do we want to keep it to those prioritized tiers, or do we want to look at it a different way?
I think we should have a cap. And
Yes.
And you can
yeah,
share
I think
your
I
math
think
on what that cap, how far
like
that cap would go.
$10,000. Does that seem?
Again, we could look, the numbers are in the memo, so you can kind of play around with that.
The difficulty, the way I'm looking at it is if that's the cap, then worst case scenario, we support 40 businesses, which again, this is another trade-off call, because if you give a paltry amount to a business that doesn't actually help, is that really helping? So increasing, you might help that business more, but then the number of businesses that can be helped decreases. Sorry, I'm not helping. That's
I mean, I think the cap
Uh,
wouldn't be what everyone would receive. I think
I
we would
know.
need to
I know.
yeah, it's just like, what is the maximum that feels appropriate? And for some people, for some businesses, their rent in 1 month is more than $10,000. So.
Oh, yeah.
Maybe that subcommittee has to dive down on that too.
Okay, so we could do a next step of forming that subcommittee, and the subcommittee having a meeting and bringing to council on the 27th, just a summary of what their recommendation is for council to give formal direction on, to then proceed with opening up that grant application after the 27th. Which, sorry, where are we? What date is it? Yeah, okay, great. We do have another council meeting.
We got one more week. Figure it out. I mean, yeah,
yeah.
do we have to set that number right now?
We don't. Let's come up with a subcommittee. Let's
do that.
Let the subcommittee have a recommendation to council on the formalizing that. But I think having an understanding of $400,000 within that bucket is a very good place to start. So I guess my only other direction is, what 2 council members would like to partake in this?
Not to volunteer you, Maria, but you do have an extensive finance background that I think would be very beneficial to these discussions. So I would love to see you involved. Beyond that, if the mayor was interested, I think his leadership in this process has been very helpful. And I feel like most people in the community have been appreciative of your voice throughout this process. So I'd encourage you to be on it as well.
Yeah, I'm just.
Go Dan.
Happy to do it if somebody wants me to be it, but no, those are my thoughts as the 2 best people.
Yep.
I would also include Elena in that as a former small business owner in town.
Yep.
I was gonna throw my name into the hat. I get back like kind of late Wednesday, but then I'm fairly free leading up to the next council meeting. So I would be willing, unless there's other people who want to do it.
So you suggested two council people. I'm okay stepping back because I actually think that it's more important that we have someone who has direct small business, experience in town. But I will also offer to the 2 people that if you, in that meeting, you can call me. If you want me to sit on it at first and be a part of it, I'm more than happy to do it. If you meet and feel that my voice or another voice on council is important for that, we can discuss that to jump in. I'm happy to do it, but I think Elena would be better with that experience. But
Perfect.
Whatever everyone decides,
Very
I
happy
can
to
jump
have
in.
Elena
Yeah.
be as part of that. She would be great.
Maria, you and me, does that sound good?
Yep.
All right, I'm gonna beat this dead horse just one more time. So staff has been directed, we will move forward with allocating about $262,000 to the tourism board, $100,000 to the Good Neighbor Fund, $100,000 to the Colorado Flight Alliance, and $400,000 to business support, which we will come back with more formalized application direction after our subcommittee meets for the January 27th meeting.
And then who would the 2 business people be from the community?
I was assuming it would be staff and council.
Okay, got it.
And not.
And what was that
Probably-
rough number? What was that rough number, Zoe?
So it's not a rough number. We're putting $400,000 into that bucket.
And we're close to $1 million. And if you take the rent subsidy and the 2.5% wastewater, we're going to be in that $1.3 million+ range.
Yep.
The 2.5% wastewater and water increase will be waived for the
Right,
next.
so
3
decreasing
months.
money going into that fund. Yeah, I understand. Yeah.
And please, I also want to add that we understand that people's value of their time that couldn't participate online or in the room today. In addition to the people who did participate in the room and online today, thank you for all of that. Please, please, please email us or call us as you come up with other ideas or other thoughts, how we're doing, what we're doing right, what we're doing wrong, anything. If we don't hear from you, that makes our job harder. So please reach out. And if it's something that our partners aren't doing correctly and we can help get those messages across as well, we're happy to do that too. We know it's a real tough, this is tough for us and really tough on all of you. And so we're trying.
Thank you.
With that, I'm going to get us to adjournment by mutual consent for this special meeting today. Thank you very much, everyone, for your time and going over, and especially our remote